All right, how are we doing?
Hello.
We're loud. What is that? No, I was about to tell you, we had a scare with my audio interface where it stopped responding to turning the headphone mode on. The dial is
Oh,
kind of messed up. So I thought that it
oh,
was dead, like it was done for, because this is an issue that these devices have. But finally, after reinstalling the software, I was able to fix it. Unfortunately, that means that all of the like audio settings and stuff got reset, so
oh. So it was just a software issue.
yeah, I'm not sure what's wrong with it.
Well, I was having a scare of my own with my PC recently. I leave my computer running 24/7. I never turn it off. So when I come in and I find my computer is like just black screened, uh,
Hmm.
it's like, okay, what happened while I was away? And then
Windows
I was
update?
playing. No, no. I was playing a game and then it did it again. It like just locked up the whole PC and like I had to hard restart it and everything. I was like, let me just reinstall my graphics drive or update my graphics drivers rather. I haven't had issues since. The classic. Just update your graphics drivers and everything fixes itself. How are graphics drivers causing that issue? I have no idea.
Well, 2026 is the year everybody's switching to Linux.
Yeah.
Did you see the hardware stat was up to like 3.8% of Steam users?
I mean, yeah, it's
That's pretty. That itself is crazy to me.
well, I also have to wonder how much of that's being inflated by people who are using Steam Decks.
I feel like if that was the case, it would be higher though, because I don't think Steam Decks have been cool lately. I don't think that people are still doing that. I mean, obviously they are, but it's not as big as it was like 12 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Am I ever gonna do a video on Daggerfall? Sure, I've considered it, but
When
I honestly think a Daggerfall video wouldn't even be that long. Is the whole deal?
it's yeah.
So it would take a ton of time to play, but I just wouldn't have as much to say.
What you have to do is when what is it? Forgotten Realms? Is that the game?
Wayward Realms.
Wayward Realms. Yeah, there you go. When that comes out, that's when you do the Daggerfall video, or do like a just integrate it into that video or something.
Yeah, or when they Starfield 2.0 will be the time.
I keep I keep seeing. Oh well, have you seen the new cope? The new theories
Is
going on right now
what
with the Fallout remasters.
I heard that New Vegas remake. I heard those words.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
other than
So it's
that,
like
no.
there's a countdown on the Amazon show's website or something like that,
Hmm.
and it coincides with the season finale. So people are speculating they're gonna shadow drop like Fallout New Vegas remastered or
But
something,
why would they do New Vegas? That it would obviously be Fallout 3.
or Fallout 3. People one or the other,
Well,
but
okay, it actually would be a baller move. This would justify the remaster if it was both. Like if they put both in one
yeah,
package.
yeah,
Just like
yeah.
out of the box Tale of Two Wastelands, that would justify it. Even if
Ooh,
like the problem with that is that there are some systems between the two games that aren't compatible, like how the speech system works. That you have to
right.
reconcile, you know, do you put the New Vegas system in Fallout 3 or do you put the Fallout 3 system in New Vegas? You know, there's
Hmm.
a few different things that are like that.
Well, the
Usually
New
Fallout
Vegas
3
system,
loses.
obviously.
Yeah. But as
No,
for have you
Outer
watched the
Worlds
Fallout
2
show?
system. Nah.
I have noticed that people are not as enthusiastic in talking about it this season
Yeah,
as opposed to
yeah.
last season. It's weird. It's almost like I've noticed that like whenever something's bad, like normal people, if they're excited for something the first time around, if they actually do think it's kind of bad though, they just won't talk
They
about
just
it.
don't talk about it. Yeah, like The Witcher.
Yeah.
Witcher season 1 did really well, and then Witcher season 2 not so well.
Ooh, that's an interesting question. Would it delay my video? No. Yeah, because like I didn't really talk about Rebolivion that much. I don't think
Yeah.
Rebolivion coming out when I was making my Oblivion video would have changed things. Like the only
Well,
time that's
also
ever happened was ODST, and that was just because like, you know, MCC was such an obvious thing to mess that up because you get actual HD footage with anti-aliasing. It's like it's obvious you should
yeah,
do MCC there.
yeah.
Whereas like, you
But
know, a Fallout
the remake,
remaster,
yeah,
it's
we
just
know what it's
different.
gonna look like. We know what it's gonna look like. No, thank you. But also, it lets you double dip. You get to do the remastered video afterwards.
Yeah. We're all about the monetization here.
Well, speaking of remasters, you're also there's
Yeah,
also that other project.
we're nearing
You
the
announced
release
that.
of the I did announce that. We're nearing the release of the Oblivion audio remaster.
Yeah.
I just finished the review of all the audio.
Did you find my Easter egg in there? Oh yeah, I'm
Yes,
the
I
one who
did. I
edited, by the
did.
way.
Yes. I was like, damn.
For anybody was curious.
Yeah, he's the
Um,
editor.
yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I don't
Yep.
remember writing that, but it's a good addition.
Well, it's funny too because it's like the TTS came out exactly the same. Like it's subtle.
No, it's 1-to-1. That's exactly how it sounded originally. No, the audio remaster is I fixed a bunch of stuff, a bunch of the issues with the Oblivion videos audio. Some of it's like just production stuff, and then other of it is like taking the opportunity to correct some information or add new context that came out since then, or what have you.
Yeah.
And then, but it's not a video remake, which saves us a ton of time. And the whole point is so that we can put it on Spotify, and then, you know, now the Oblivion retrospective's on Spotify with the updated remaster, so there's a reason to listen to it again. It's kind of the compromise. I think I said this in the announcement video. It's kind of the compromise between like full remaking versus, which is like very time consuming.
It's a patch.
Yeah, just think of it as like an update.
It's like a not a Cyberpunk 2.0 redo, but you know, just like a
More like a Starfield 2.0.
yeah, there you go.
I've heard people talk as much about Fallout Season 2 as I've heard about Outer Worlds 2, which is nothing. No one talks about it. Yeah, like if you're outside of the Fallout space, it's just dead. Like if you don't watch the show and you don't indicate that you engage with Fallout, your algorithm will not show you anything related to it because it's just not a thing compared to the first season.
God, that is so validating to hear somebody say that because I literally was just writing that in my script like last night. Just how inconsequential the Outer Worlds 2 was. It's weird that Avowed was like, I don't know why the Outer Worlds 2 didn't get caught up in the same drama as Avowed did. They must have been sitting there like just sweating bullets when they saw like, oh shit,
well, they made the
Avowed's getting this.
They made the character models look better.
Yeah. But I mean, there's so much in the Outer Worlds too.
But here's the thing: the people that made the Avowed story don't play video games, like at all.
Ah, okay.
So they need it to be like a surface level observation that they can make, and the Outer Worlds 2 is irony pilled in such a way as to ensure that you can't like do surface level observations. So like you look at the characters and the characters look normal, and it's like, okay, so we can't make they're enshittifying the characters for the sake of. Plus, I think the anti-woke people are like, I think there's just a lot of like political stuff going on for them to talk about instead.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, Outer Worlds 2 was, God, what was going on politically in November?
Fuck, I don't know.
I remember I was going to talk about so yeah, we canceled streams last month because something happened, and I remember I was going to talk about like, yeah, so I feel like 2026, you know, if there's a recession, the Democrats are going to have an opportunity to turn things around and come back, and they won't reform. They'll stick with their old shit, and they'll just rely on running on there's a recession happening. And then like the next day, we kidnapped the president of Venezuela.
Yeah.
So now I'm not so sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like they could still run on the same old shit that they have been for the last 10 years, but you
Have
know,
I told you about my longest running bit?
no.
Um, okay, so on Steam, you can set your location to like literally anywhere on the planet, pretty much.
Right.
So, for years now, I'll just occasionally set my location to like some place that's just like in the news. Like during COVID, it was Wuhan,
Right.
and then
Right.
you know, during the whole thing, it was Gaza. And then yeah, so just before the show started, I am now in Caracas, Venezuela.
Well, it's been liberated. We get to
Yeah.
admit we're
Oh
actually Venezuelan streamers. That's why we play World of Warcraft.
yeah. Yeah, that I've been doing that for like 10 years now.
I farm gold and WoW on the side. That's how I make money to live in Venezuela. No, I looked at the date and I was like, damn, it's 9 days of 2026. So much happened.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to my New Year's resolution of just ignoring news again. I did it for like 2 days and I was like, whatever. And
Well,
then,
you see,
yeah.
you're going to be playing World of Warcraft, and then it's going to be that.
So true.
It's a distraction op.
So true.
But yeah, so TBC pre-patch is in a couple days.
Yeah.
Next Tuesday. If you want more information on that, I posted a video recently. We have like 40 people in the guild now already, like before the pre-patch started. So when it starts, we're probably gonna have like 60.
Nice.
So
Plenty of people to carry us. I mean, for us to carry.
yes, plenty of bodies.
Well, that was the mistake we made with the first go around. We were like, let's just play by ourselves.
Yeah, and
now
we saw that.
TBC.
Yeah, we saw
Yeah.
that was miserable, and because Blizzard is just like, they're just doing a terrible job right now. It's worse than during SOD. I'll just say that with the communication. So like they didn't announce how long the pre-patch was going to be until less than a week prior. They have once again changed the boosting. So like 6 days before MOP, they changed it to where Pandaren could be boosted. Now 6 days before TBC, they've changed it to where actually Blood Elves and Draenei can be boosted, and we're letting people buy unlimited boosts because before it was just one per account. So, you know, whatever. And then today they announced that
I'm wondering if those boosts were selling really well or they're selling really terribly.
I have to imagine they were selling terribly because I don't think there's a ton of hype behind TBC Classic.
Yeah.
Like just looking at like how many views the video, like the videos that are being made by it, the people who are making those videos and the types of views they're getting, there doesn't seem to be a lot of enthusiasm for it, which is not surprising necessarily. Like the only reason that I'm into it is because it is a massive opportunity. I feel like if I was just a player, I would be exhausted from, oh yeah, you got to level in Classic again. When it's like, because the issue was they didn't make a TBC era server 4 years ago. Like that's the actual root of the issue, and that's why you have people wanting to boost. And of course, so you have Blizzard on one side who's like, yeah, there's no other way to solve this problem than selling boosts. And then you have the WoW YouTubers on the other side that's like, well, if you don't want to buy the overpriced boosts, There's no other way to solve this problem than my rested XP guide. A link in the description. And so like nobody actually is like just saying, hey, what if we just gave a fucking XP bonus called Joyous Journey that's like, we'll give you 50 or 100% extra experience to level faster, and if you don't want it, you can turn it off. Just like how it worked in Season of Discovery.
No.
Like, that's the actual solution, but nobody wants to fucking say it because everybody's got a price incentive.
Yes. Everybody's got a hustle. World of Warcraft's fucked.
It is very funny.
I don't see how it comes back from this.
How do you have the job of just releasing old content again? How do you fuck that up?
How do you fuck that up?
Because
not only this is the second time around they're re-releasing the Burning Crusade, and they still fucked it up.
Literally all you have to do is
possible?
make a decision and schedule the post. If you can't post over the holidays, you know, schedule a post. But yeah, so we got 3 weeks and change of pre-patch, and then there'll be 2 weeks to level from 60 to 70. So after the portal opens, there's 2 weeks, and then the raids open.
All right.
So there's not a ton of pressure. Actually, it's quite ironic that 1 to 60 is 3 weeks, and 60 to 70 is 2 weeks. That's just not. That's not at all equal in terms of like time investment and stuff. And I mean, the 2 weeks is also to get like your pre-raid biz and stuff. But like, come on.
Yeah. Well, it's also so you can sell more boosts.
But I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be fun. We're doing the fun stuff. We're not doing the grindiness of it.
Yeah. So I tried playing solo for a little bit, solo hunter. I think I got like 4 hours, 5 hours. I never even left Thunder. Well, I never got to Thunderbluff.
Right.
Like,
yeah, and I told you.
Yeah, it was fucking miserable.
I was telling you about like the Bushido people of like they play warrior and they play by themselves and they play the hardcore mode where there's permadeath, and they do self-found where they have to like craft everything that they ever have by themselves. I was telling you about those guys, and you were like, man, that sounds like an awesome video idea. And I was like, no, I'm telling you right now, you don't want to. Then you boot it up. WoW.
Oh, no, I wasn't gonna do that. I was just gonna do like solo 1 to 60, or not even 1 to 60, just like see how far I can get.
Apparently how far you can get is level 7.
Yeah. I was gonna see how much I could get before the pre-patch, and then, you know, compare that experience to what the actual social fun experience would be. But yeah, I mean, it's like level 7. I'm just like, I'm out. There's no way.
I tried to tell him that Hunter picks up at level 10, but
yeah,
he didn't want to listen.
I've played Hunter before. I know like once you get the pets, it does get a little bit better, but the problem is it's still just standing there pressing a button over and over again, and then a lot of walking. So much walking.
The social MMO game is better, almost designed, if you would, to be played in a social setting.
Yeah, I mean, you need somebody to talk to while you're doing all that walking.
Oh yeah, before we start the interview, there's like one more thing I want to get off my chest, talk about, because I feel like I'm going crazy. I told you about pre-questing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so pre-questing is this idea where you prepare tons and tons of quests before an expansion comes out. And so like on the first day that the expansion's out and you can start leveling, instead of going to the new content, you go around turning in all these quests and what have you, like, and you could get so I'm set up now. I've been pre-questing and I hit level 60 on the 31st. So I've been pre-questing and I've got enough experience to get to 61 when the portal opens.
Nice.
It's very cool. It's honestly like one of the coolest things to come out of Classic because we know we have a predictable kind of thing to work with, so you can plan this stuff out. We know what amounts of experience you're going to get when TBC comes out and all that. Like, there's tons of debates, like, you know, like, do I save this quest that I could do during the vanilla part? Do I just not do it until TBC to save it for that? And, you know, what's the optimal route?
What's that? Decision making?
Yeah, no, and it's very dynamic, and it's like, you know, I'm going to put time into it.
Theory crafting?
I'm going to spend time, you know, thinking about it, and it's like, all of this is to say, I'm excited to play TBC, and the evidence is that I'm spending all of this time doing it. Doing this, like, pre-questing thing, because it's cool to me. Right? Why the fuck does the WoW community hate pre-questing so much? They despise it, okay? They want me to die in a fire for doing this.
What?
No, they are extremely fucking mad at anybody who pre-quests.
What?
Like, it is genuinely insane.
I know why. Because you're gonna be leveling faster than them. Well, you'll be ahead of them, like, out of the gate. Bam.
So, but I still have to spend like an hour turning the quest in. They'll go through the portal and be doing all the quests in Outland.
No, shut up. Shut up. You're cheating. Fuck you.
I legitimately don't get
Ban
it.
This
and then they'll say stuff like, "No, I'd rather just play the game." And it's like, but I'm playing the game now.
No, you're not. You're gaming the game. Which is funny because, like, that's literally what this game is. This game, fucking World of Warcraft, is so degenerate. But it's like...
But that's the fun part. Figuring out this stuff is the fun part.
No, if we all sit here and be miserable together, Blizzard might release the content early. You're fucking it all up. Solidarity, man.
No, you're playing the game wrong. You should be playing the game how I play it, where I beg Blizzard to allow Blood Elves to character boost for $80.
They're like, oh shit, we didn't even realize. That is a great idea. We can make money doing that.
Yeah, people were like posting Blood Elf preparers are in shambles, like the people that were stockpiling like low level equipment to use and stuff. All the prices are plummeting because there's just going to be such a drastic reduction.
Yeah, that many people are going to fucking buy the boost.
Yeah, I mean, that's just where, like, nobody on YouTube is like saying like you should feel ashamed for boosting. Everybody's in the I'm a dad, I don't have time to play. And it's like, well, maybe you just maybe World of Warcraft's not your thing anymore. And like, or we could just change the game to be less grindy. Because it's like, if you're playing TBC, like the issue, and I'll be talking about this in the video, the issue with TBC is the final 30 levels of vanilla. Like, even with the XP changes. That's why Cataclysm reworked all that stuff, is because that was such a problem point for TBC and Wrath, was that vanilla leveling. And it's because it does tie to the original sin, if you would, of the expansions, of abandoning the original end game.
Yeah.
Just like, so like, instead of 50 to 60 being when you prepare to do end game stuff, now 50 to 60 is just more questing.
Yeah.
Now you get ready for the end game in 60 to 70. And then Wrath comes around and now 60 to 70 is just more questing.
Yep. And it's not like you're going to be able to do anything else because nobody's running those dungeons or anything like that.
Well, the whole point of Joyous Journey is that you can turn it off. If you don't want the XP boost, you can turn it off. But damnedest thing, people won't.
Hear me out. Hear me out. What if we sell you the XP?
And that's the whole circular thing, is like, you can say it's the spirit of the original game, all you want, but there's this problem that's been
Yeah.
identified, and this isn't the first time they've had to change something just because modern sensibility is, changed the nature of the game. I'm just saying I would rather have the boost, the like XP boost, Joyous Journey, than an $80 level
Mm-hmm.
skip.
Mm-hmm. What if we give you Joyous Journey for $40?
That's the next tier. I mean, no, because in Wrath, if things go the way that they went before, then when they do to Wrath, they're gonna add the WoW token, so you can just buy gold,
Mm,
which is
there
what
you
they did
go.
last Wrath Classic. I don't know. I feel like I'm in a time vortex. Same shit keeps happening over and over.
I mean, yeah, that's what happens when they keep releasing the same game over and over again.
Oh, I meant in general.
Oh.
I keep relapsing.
What you keep going back into World of Warcraft, you mean, or just
No, I meant hard drugs.
yeah.
Private. Will 2026 be the year you come out of your egg?
I, they asked you that. Pat, will
You don't
2026
you don't read the chat.
I saw that message earlier.
Yeah, they did.
I do
They
read
did.
the chat.
They did post it multiple times. Okay, I need to not bang the mic. But you know what the egg is?
No.
I'll leave it up to chat to answer that question.
Wait. Wait. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Somebody explained this to me before.
Go on.
uh isn't it like a trans grooming thing?
Um, Basically,
Or is
yes.
it a
But
okay,
I wouldn't use that language personally, but
it, it's something like that. That's what it was described to me as. Yeah, because somebody was telling me about like Digibro and like shit like that was happening, and I was just like, okay.
we live in strange times.
We do, yeah. I mean, the internet definitely creates some interesting communities. Let's put it like that. Like the Fallout community.
Mm-hmm. The Fallout community is probably the prime example of like mental illness and insanity born from just like because Bethesda are such gaslighters with how they talk about
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
Oh, you want gaslighting? Well, I got the game for you. The Outer Worlds 2.
Well, what's
Let
fucked?
me...
Well, what's fucked is that I don't think the Outer Worlds 2 as a game itself is particularly gaslighting, but the way they
No.
talk about it.
Actually,
Well, I mean,
no,
like besides
they're,
stuff like just there's bogus fucking stuff in character creation that doesn't matter. To
well,
make you
also like
think that there's more depth to it. I don't think that's
well,
gaslighting.
I mean, like the presentation, like how they present a lot of the choices and stuff in the game while you're going through your first playthrough. You're like, man, this is going to be so radically different when I do my second playthrough. And then you go to the second playthrough and it's like
I feel
pretty
like,
much
but if it wasn't by Obsidian, it would just be like typical kind of shallow RPG.
yeah.
It's because it's Obsidian, and it's because they presented as being something different.
Yeah. I mean that's like case in point. Like the whole thesis of my video is like if they just called this like an immersive sim like BioShock, this game would be fucking awesome. But no, they sold it as an RPG and then charged me $70 for it. Actually $90 because I did the early access thing.
So people have been asking me about the Starfield 350 gigabyte Star Wars overhaul thing.
What is 350 gigabytes? What?
Yeah, it's a total like content overhaul of the game. And it's 350 gigabytes. And
How?
And yet, you want to know the most amazing part? I was
Uh-huh.
watching a video of someone playing it, and half of the dungeons are just Starfield dungeons with Star Wars enemies in them. I was like,
The
how?
one thing.
The one fucking thing that I wanted.
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. It's because making dungeons with that fucking with that set, that creations kit in general, it's just awful. It is just an awful fucking experience. I
Hey,
tried doing
it
it.
didn't stop the Watchtower people.
Yeah. Now, well, okay, but the Watchtower people are getting paid for it.
Yeah, and the Star Wars people can't.
Yeah.
But no, so the only ironic thing is that that Starfield Star Wars overhaul mod is still probably the best open world Star Wars game that's ever been made.
That is a shame.
I mean, it's because it's not surprising. All right. So we have we're watching interviews that were done by Triangle City. He got to interview several Fallout New Vegas developers. So we're
Okay.
we're thankfully not watching Super Rad's video.
Why? Why do you say fortunately?
Well, it's just, you
I'm
know,
looking forward to it.
well, no,
I told you it's going to be a great video.
I alluded to us watching it, and you posted the no, wait.
No, I didn't. I did not. This is slanderous lies.
But no, okay. So originally I was gonna watch the prototype videos, but I was looking at them before the stream, and I was like, I don't know if this is really like good stream material. Maybe
It's
we'll mix them into this stream, but
mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't imagine there's that much.
well, so what do you know the context behind what happened?
Yeah, didn't they find like some like archivists? They found like an old build of the game or something.
Yeah, so they have an Xbox dev kit
Yeah, that's what it
that had
was.
builds of the game on it.
Yeah.
So, all of the old Ulysses dialogue, for example,
Oh
it's not
shit.
recorded, but it's all the dialogue
But it's
lines.
yeah.
So someone put it text to speech together, and of course, I would rather just kind of read it
Mm-hmm.
because I started watching that and I was like, I have no context for what's going on with the dialogue, like
Yeah.
what the conversation leading into this was. So
You know, it'd be cool if like more developers just like released shit like that. You know, like, oh, the game's turning 15 years old. Here's like just a treasure trove of shit we cut from the game. Here's a bunch of like old assets and stuff.
no, move forward constantly.
I
We're only going to
feel like,
acknowledge Fallout New Vegas exists if we can further drive it
mm,
into the ground.
yeah, and
It,
monetize it.
if we can monetize it, replace it with our own made up characters, and then kill every single character that's in that setting, that's how we'll
Is
go about
that
acknowledging.
is that what's going on with the Fallout show? I have
Apparently,
not
apparently
been.
the season 2 of the Fallout show is just the remember this Fallout character, here's how they die.
Oh, so it's like Final Destination Fallout New Vegas.
It's the Star Wars sequel trilogy, but for Fallout. I mean, just line item.
What's funny too is like I've never seen Todd Howard going on record more saying like how much they loved Fallout New Vegas and what Obsidian did and how much they like Obsidian and stuff than since this show started airing. Like since season 2 started airing.
Well, I don't even really understand the motivation. Like
He's
it
probably getting people like fucking adding him on Twitter being like, "Yo, why do you hate Fallout New Vegas?"
well, I don't even think he has a Twitter. I
Probably not, but
No, I mean, like, why do New Vegas in Fallout Season 2? Short of you can excite TKS Mantis and he can make some Twitter bucks on like, yo, They put Kaiser has deceased on the Fallout wiki now. Fallout Dust seems to be canon now.
Fallout Dust?
Fallout Dust is like as I understand it, it's an overhaul for New Vegas that is the Elijah ending for Dead Money, where he like nukes the Mojave Wasteland with the dust from the Sierra Madre. And so I believe it's balanced to play more like Stalker.
Oh shit, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it sounded like a really novel idea.
you like the Sierra you like Dead Money so much, you like the villa.
Yeah.
Here you go.
I mean, that sounds cool to me because I like Dead Money. When's the tier stream? When's the DLC tier stream?
Are you asking me that? Are you asking me when we're gonna schedule a stream on your channel?
Yes. because I thought we were waiting on you to play fucking the Morrowind expansion. Because now I've done the stuff I was missing. I was missing Shattered Space.
Shattered Space. Oh, I thought we were just waiting on Shattered Space. I didn't realize we were gonna do. Oh, okay. I'll have to refer to my calendar. I have to ask my personal assistant.
I need to return some video. But yeah, let's get it on with this interview. Before we start talking about Harry Potter, and I fill you in on all the Harry Potter lore that you don't want to know.
Oh no, that'll be another stream.
I should go back to doing more stuff like this. You know why I stopped? I stopped doing like cinematic B-roll shots because of the Starfield video. And I really I feel like that's something that the WoW thing was missing. Was like that needed more just like shots of zones and dungeons and stuff.
Yeah, it works well for games that have like a nice world, like World of Warcraft. And I understand why you would not do that in Starfield.
Yeah, well, when I was playing Starfield originally, there was a lot of like the vistas and stuff that I wanted.
Here's a moon.
Well, that's why I open it the way that I do, with like showing like here's some cool skyboxes and stuff, because like that is the aesthetically interesting part of that game. I know that seems like a really shallow kind of observation to make, but I mean that feature carries Space Engine as a concept.
It is video games are a visual medium, like.
Hello? Alright, I'm just speeding this up.
Hey guys! Welcome to episode 8 of FNV, The Cutting Room Floor, a series where we examine the cut content and development of Fallout New Vegas. And this is a very, very special episode, because I recently had the chance to speak with Chris Avalone. Now, not only was Chris an integral part of Fallout New Vegas' development, but he's been involved...
Somebody was gonna put me in touch with Chris Avalone, and then like a week later, I was in California, so... really poor timing on my part.
A long list of legendary RPGs like Fallout 2, Planescape Torment, KOTOR 2, FTL Advanced...
Yeah, I was hoping there was more in this intro section, because we can just skip to this.
Now, I knew Chris's role varied during Fallout New Vegas' development, from writing characters for the core game, like Cass and the Legate, to leading development on the Dead Money, Old World Blues, and Lonesome Road DLCs, and he was even involved in some of the game's VO recordings. I also mistakenly thought he was creative lead on the core game, so to begin, I asked Chris about his role on FNV's development team. I wasn't creative lead on New Vegas, it was John Gonzalez of Shadow of Mordor.
Why do we have... What's with this footage?
Listen, you see it says Horizon Zero Dawn. So
Oh,
wait,
wait, what?
John Gonzalez worked on Shadow of Mordor and Horizon Zero Dawn? I would not believe from the way that Shadow of Mordor is written that that's John Gonzalez. I'm sure it was just like a gameplay design role and he didn't get to do the writing or something.
Horizon Zero Dawn, he left the company not long after Honest Hearts shipped. He did the survivor logs on Honest Hearts, which received high praise.
Can you people not put Avalon on a pedestal? But the thing is that like everything Avalon touched was really good. So I mean, like, Dead Money is one of my favorite stories in a video game. Like, so it's like it's hard not to. Plus, like, he was one of the founders.
Praise from players. I was a senior designer on New Vegas, however, so I did write some major characters, the Legate and cast included, and random writing assignments like the lore or the inslides as needed, plus helping out with helping organize construction for some dialogues. The game schedule was such we couldn't always go into the studio for every recording, but I was able to go to Cassis for sure, and I did go to all the voice recording sessions for the DLCs I worked.
Okay, I thought this was actually going to be Avalon speaking. Because now I'm curious, like, I assume this is correspondence he's had, and this isn't, like, just something that we could go read ourselves.
Yeah.
Worked on. I was project lead on the 3 DLCs you mentioned, and I did go to the voice sessions for those. Old World Blues.
Lonesome Road is literally the Van Buren ending, but wussed out by giving option to... Oh. I thought you were like, but you can choose to not nuke anybody. You're saying that somebody should have to be nuked at the end of Lonesome Road. I mean, I feel like that's really not a big deal.
This was perhaps the recording session I've ever been involved in.
Hang on.
Everyone had a good time because of the subject matter.
Yeah, but listen. Old World Blues, start. Okay, listen. I'm not glazing Avalon because, you know, there is also that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Matter. It's often a mistake not to send the writers to a recording session, and even if we were pressed for time, we should have found a way to make it work with the schedule. For example, the NCR finale in the New Vegas core game is somewhat odd, in that the actor isn't speaking in a way that matches the cadence of the text, so it's a little jarring, and we weren't allowed the time to re-record it.
I mean, of the issues with the NCR finale, I don't think that's... I've never noticed, like, awkward character line reads as, like, being the issue. I think...
Yeah.
What's wrong with the NCR line in New Vegas? Other than, like, obviously, the main issue people have is with the faction.
Yeah.
And I think, honestly, like, that's just, like, a meta political thing. More so than there's anything particularly wrong with them.
Oh, they have a lot of content. Like, if you want
They have the most content.
Yeah. Like,
I feel like that's almost the reason why people hate the NCR is because...
Probably.
In a game that presents all the factions as flawed, you know, there's not a lot of house content to think of him as flawed. And I think that's why people blaze house so much.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, the real argument that you can make against House is just like, well, he's just one guy. It's kind of the same argument people make with Caesar's Legion. But it's just one guy.
Caesar's Legion isn't just one guy.
No, I mean, but it's like, without
yes.
Caesar, the Legion is, like,
allegedly
leaderless. Oh, but yeah. And it's the same deal with, like, House. It's just like, well, what's going to keep House in check? Or what's to say, like, you know, his technology will keep him alive and stuff. That's not, you know, that's not really an ideological reason to oppose.
But anyways, as far as the NCR finale, you know.
During development of the original Fallout 3, known internally as Van Buren at Black Isle, the game was
Wait,
playtested.
Okay, I gotta ask, because you told me this the other day. The House ending is technically, like, canon?
Not sure. I think it's the most compatible with the Fallout show.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure I was just repeating something I read online.
All right.
Because I haven't been watching the Fallout show because
Yeah.
I don't think it would be a good time. So I think what it was when it was just marketing material, we were trying to figure out what Fallout Season 2 was going to be, and we were like, based on like all the promotional images and stuff they're showing, it seems like they're going with a house ending.
Mm-hmm.
RPG camp that Chris game mastered, many of the ideas formulated for Van Buren's pen and paper campaigns were eventually recycled into FNV, and I asked Chris if he could talk about some of the content that ultimately ended up in New Vegas.
I want to say I should know a lot of this stuff because I've been reading. I read a bit about the pen and paper stuff that influenced Van Buren.
Mm-hmm.
It's true. A lot of the elements of New Vegas came from those pen and paper campaigns, not in particular order, but the groups like the Powder Gangers, which were fleshed out a bit more in Van Buren than they were in New Vegas, but that wasn't the area designer's fault.
Oh, we're like one frame too far. He's got a cross dissolve transition. Okay. Right. I mean, this isn't so like in Daggerfall when they were writing all the Daedric Princes, that all came from a pen and paper campaign too. Like it's a
Oh, really?
yeah, it's just kind of it's a good way to be creative.
Yeah.
Because you can just like test pilot all these ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And Avalon's position, when he explains a lot of concepts, he goes through the order of like, this is how you would do this as a DM. Now here's how you translate your DM mentality into being a game designer.
Yeah.
That's the way that like, and that's why fucking Dead Money plays like it plays like a, what do they call those? A tabletop module?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like a pre-written little adventure as opposed to like just having to come up with everything yourself.
Order, but the groups like the Powder Gangers, which were fleshed out a bit more in Van Buren than they were in New Vegas, but that wasn't the area designer's fault. The Boulder Dome became the Big Mountain Dome in Old World Blues, and that DLC even used elements of the original opening movie we intended for Van Buren. The Big Mountain facility was originally a robotic boot camp in Van Buren. Caesar's Legion, although their presentation changed to mimicking the historical presentation, originally they were madmen-style slavers who were focused on quotas to meet demand back west by mysterious purchasers.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's all familiar to me. Hang on. Okay. Although, who's back west? The Caesar's Legion thing, that's the newest thing, that they had quotas. And that they had, like, someone needed slaves. Which is very... It's almost like a convergent evolution thing of Asher's story.
From, the pit?
Yeah, because I've talked before about how there's, parallels between kind of Caesar's Legion and Asher.
Oh.
And I have always thought that, I mean, this does kind of work if you averaged out Caesar's Legion as he's presenting it with like kind of the Van Buren idea, and then also sharing influence and making commentary of Asher and his story in the pit. You do kind of get Caesar's Legion.
Okay.
They work for mysterious masters. Yeah, I'm sure, like, this has got to be one of those things where that's just kind of a placeholder idea until you come up with what's actually going on. I don't think Van Buren was probably going to go with the idea that there was going to be some mysterious masters of the Soul Cairn that are off screen. It was probably just more so like, we'll figure it out when we get that far. Because like Caesar's Legion is the faction you're going to encounter first.
who are the ideal masters?
Because that is how you.
What
That is kind of how you
is
DM
their
a campaign.
motivation?
Like, you you know, you have to come up with like an explanation for a scenario, and then it's like, well,
Yeah.
you have to see these lead-ins for these ideas that you've got no fucking clue what what that is.
Yeah.
You didn't
Yeah.
know. You didn't think this was how the encounter was going to go down, anyways.
Yeah, exactly. So you kind of have to just make shit up on the fly.
And yeah, and then answer what's going on later.
Yeah.
The Hanged Bitch became Joshua Graham, especially in his look. The lore around Denver, the Twisted Hares, which was Ulysses' tribe before they were absorbed by the Legion. The Hang Dogs, Denver mentions, the city in Van Buren was overrun by packs of dogs.
All this is familiar, and this is what's kind of cool, is that it's like a lot of this. So this section in particular, almost all of it's in the game, like in the base game. It's mentioned by somebody or another.
Yeah, yeah.
Would have been cool. I mean, like, this is one of those things that pisses me off, and it's gonna piss me off forever. We should have gotten. Maybe we should have gotten like a Denver DLC that was like in the styling of the pit. And that could be like the Caesar's Legion expansion.
Yeah.
As opposed to Honest Hearts.
Yeah.
Although
Hey now.
although we should keep Honest Hearts. They should have gotten to make more DLCs, like, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of economics were going on at the time. I think it was Obsidian wanted out more than like Bethesda wanted to let them go, but it was like they should have made more. If I was Bethesda, I wouldn't have let them go.
We were talking about this the other day. Fucking Wizards of the Coast letting Larian walk away. And it's
Yeah.
like, how do you do that? How? How do you not just be like, we will give you literally anything
I think it's
you
the
want.
same answer. I think it's just like,
make Baldur's Gate 4.
I think Obsidian really did not want to be tied to Bethesda because Bethesda was skeevy as fuck. And in the same way, Larian doesn't want to be tied to Wizards of the Coast because Wizards of the Coast is skeevy as fuck.
Yeah. And yeah, that's really what it comes down to. Because I've been having this discussion with some people and stuff, and it's like, well, I don't know if Wizards of the Coast was really the reason, because Larian said that they worked. And it's like, yeah, of course they said they had a good working relationship. You always say that, especially if a company as litigious as fucking Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, and especially in the games industry.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the fact that they still walked away. Like, I'm willing to bet Wizards was offering them some pretty juicy shit to make like number 4, and they could have absolutely held out and probably gotten something even better. But my guess is Larian were the ones who were just like, no, we don't. No.
The story,
we want to go back to our own IP now.
The story is that Obsidian wanted a long-term relationship working on spin-off Fallout and Tez games, but Bethesda ghosted them. I would love to. I'd love to get that because I need to know the answer of how that relationship went down. Because as my understanding, it was on the Bethesda side. I think that they had more ideas that they wanted to do, and Lonesome Road is kind of the way it is because it was like suddenly the final thing, as opposed to like they did not have plans for that DLC lineup. I know it kind of seems like that because there's like crossover stories with Elijah and Ulysses, but all of that stuff was like they were riding by the seat of their pants.
Yeah, I would make the argument that probably fucking Bethesda with Fallout 3 had a better idea of what their DLCs were going to be like.
Kind of. They knew Operation Anchorage, they knew the pit, and then the game came out in Broken Steel. That was influenced by the hatred of the ending.
Player feedback and stuff.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like most games would benefit from having like a Broken Steel type. We're going to address a bunch of the issues people had with, the original game and stuff.
Sure,
I mean, they didn't. In spirit, that's what they did. In reality, that's not exactly. But
we've been watching the Oblivion video recently. Where's the fucking Arena DLC?
Yeah.
If that was such a feature complete faction, like, why didn't they make that a DLC?
Mm-hmm.
Make it a free DLC if you feel bad for charging it. for it.
Like Battlehorn Castle.
Well, I said free LC here. I'm pretty sure that was $1, so $1 something.
Oh, was it really?
Spell Tomes, I think, was no, I think Spell Tomes was like 80
Spell
cents or
Tomes.
something.
Yeah. Spell Tomes, I know they were charging for it, but it was like dirt cheap.
Yeah, I don't think any of them were free.
Yeah, maybe.
Hoover Dam, although it was actually a town locale in Van Buren, a settlement built from all the wreckage that had piled up at the dam from upriver. The caravan and
Okay, so I didn't know that. Of course, it's Van Buren lore, but...
Mm-hmm.
merchant wars. Van Buren, the merchant families were holding NCR's economy hostage, so NCR was getting yanked around in ways that didn't benefit the wasteland. And even some of the notable NPCs in New Vegas stem from there.
One could argue. I mean, isn't that kind of what's going on in New Vegas as it is?
Yeah, like that. I thought that's what that was going to be the next line, but we managed to get a lot of that in.
Yeah, I thought I thought it was like the Brahmin barons were influencing the Baja campaign.
Yeah.
Which is like that should be a component of it because it's a commentary on the 2000s United States and the economic imperialism that was going on. That you have corporate interests that are dictating kind of the conflicts that are going on.
Yeah.
Elijah from Dead Money was actually a good guy in Van Buren, who went into self-imposed exile from the Brotherhood after stripping away their ability to unlock and use their power armor.
Yeah, it was
Oh, wow.
familiar. Yeah, you didn't know Elijah was a good guy?
I mean, that's a pretty putting their power armor into DRM.
Yeah.
Putting DRM on their power armor.
So that's where I think that's where like the recon suits come from, and like they were going to be using stealth boys and stuff, and so they were going to have to use like different technology. They couldn't just go to Old Faithful of tanking shots with power armor.
Meant the Brotherhood of Steel were getting hammered by NCR soldiers without the technological edge, and Christine from Dead Money was originally NCR and intended to be a companion in Van Buren.
Okay, that I'm kind of familiar with, but I thought it was just like a shared name kind of deal. Fallout 4 should have done a DLC that expanded on the existing factions, like the Railroad Institute, and the smaller ones like the Gunners. The problem is, I think even Bethesda was smart enough to realize that more Fallout 4 was bad, like a bad idea.
Well, also, like, more exposure where it wasn't going to make those factions better.
Yeah. Well, and like, what do you do with the Gunners?
What was their point to begin with? Like,
they just seem to be mercenaries.
Lastly, the super mutant Nightkin stealth soldiers suffering psychological degradation from continued stealth boy usage came from Van Buren as well. This is a big threat in Van Buren, and could even affect super mutant characters in Van Buren if the player made a super mutant player character.
Yeah, Van Buren was like super ambitious, which I don't think the super mutant player character thing was gonna survive.
Not. Yeah.
We are in, as Immel would say, the land. What does he say? The land of honey and roses or some he's got some expression for like when you're in pre-production and you have all these ideas.
Yep.
Because I think Immel just like he had all these ideas for Fallout 3. They didn't pan out, and then like he's just been traumatized ever since. Of like, well, I don't want to be too ambitious because last time I did that, I got punished.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had a music switch over.
More, but that's just a few of the elements. We had a Ghoul Rebellion back west, the Ghouls and Gecko, and the war between the NCR and Brotherhood had even sadder elements about it, because anyone who had played Fallout 2 would have understood what triggered the war, and the mistake in the NCR blaming the Brotherhood. They had no conception of who the Enclave was, or that any group would still have access to nukes, so they assumed it was the Brotherhood was responsible when San Francisco gets nuked by the Enclave in retaliation for the destruction of the Poseidon oil rig.
Ew! Sorry, bit too Fallout show. You see, it's shit like that where then like the Fallout show fans will be like, see, they were always going to...
Yeah.
But it's like, but that's not a reset of the status quo. Also, it feels like it would be a stupid plot point to be like, yeah, the NCR didn't know who the Enclave were, and it's like, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how that would pan out.
It sounds like kind of ideas that would need to be worked on. Because again, like, the thing with writing is like, yeah, you get a lot of ambitious ideas, but also you get a lot of unrefined ideas that tend to sound like just kind of bad.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of video games, I'm an avid fan of tabletop role-playing games, and in my experience running them, I had an epiphany when I realized that players will always come up with solutions to problems that I never would have expected. And that when the story went off the rails in that fashion, that's when it was most interesting and dramatic. I asked Chris if his time with pen and paper RPGs influenced his philosophy on player agency in gaming. You're right, and it's one of the reasons I was so happy we did pen and paper playthroughs of Van Buren. I ran 2 groups, partly so I could get more eyes on the rules and locations from the players and cover more of the world, but also so I could see how 2 groups of player characters could react in the same section of the game world, which I wanted as a pillar for Van Buren, and see what they do when rumors and consequences of the other group's actions came to their attention. I definitely...
Oh, okay, so it's not 2 run-throughs of the same campaign, it's parallel campaigns. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, like, could you even imagine for Outer Worlds 2?
found the experience helpful. As you said, players would often have better and or unexpected ideas for quest solutions and direction than the original concepts.
Pat, how are they supposed to do that when Outer Worlds is being made during COVID?
So true. Pat, are
Like,
you suggesting that we break quarantine? I don't even feel like that's his excuse, because I don't think it's true. I feel like it's been long enough now that like some new games that are coming out are post COVID.
Yeah.
Let's see, where is Obsidian's in? I think they're near LA.
Yeah. They're in Cali.
How bad was I remember lockdowns being bigger in like New England and stuff.
Oh no. Cali was really bad.
Well, yeah, of course, but
like LA was.
Yeah, I know they had all like the rent control stuff, and like it's impossible to get evicted now.
Well, they were also just having like lockdown after lockdown over there. Like California would be like one of the first states to start doing lockdowns. No, I could believe. I definitely could believe that the Obsidian office was just like
into like 2022, 2023.
Maybe not by then. But by then, well, the thing. Okay, so we're talking about like doing tabletop games during pre-production. Like pre-production was like 2020, 2021. Remember they announced the game in 2021, so
yeah, but
by then,
okay, hang on. You gotta understand. I thought that was a shit post. I didn't think that was an actual trailer for a video game that was being made.
Oh no! Like that is pretty much when they started production on it.
Man, that's rough. Because that trailer is so bad. I think it not being memorable helped them.
Yeah, but then they had the direct, which I genuinely think the direct costs them like a lot of sales.
No, so the only people who think Outer Worlds is political is people who don't play it.
Yeah.
The Outer Worlds is extremely milquetoast.
And they go out of their way to not say anything. They'll be like, there's a lot of smoke, But then you get to where there's supposed to be the fire, and it's just like, oh, it was
Well,
a
and it'll
smoke
be
machine the whole time.
extremely basic stuff like collectivism versus individualism.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, like very broad kind of ideological divisions that you see in like fucking Call of Duty. Like
Yeah.
it's not particularly complex, but it gets hyped up and people think that it's like some grand, you know, woke anti-capitalist thing.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Honestly, I think I would respect it more if it was, because it's just the world is just so pointless. You just like have all these factions, all these characters doing all this shit, and it's just like at the end of the day, it's like, okay, what was that all for?
ability to play it through rhythm in the pen and paper setting was great. It was like using the pen and paper sessions as sounding boards for area and system designs. I took copious notes on how players reacted, what ways they thought to solve the quest, then added them to the design docs, and also filled in areas.
It's what? Oh wait, sorry. This was the dark ages of game design. Sorry. In 2020, when games are amazing and better than ever, we don't use that word, design docs.
They do have notes though. They took a lot of notes. They took notes on everything.
Yeah.
Did you guys use Jira? Oh wait, Jira wasn't around when they were doing this, probably when they were making this game. So I'm sorry, there's no way Fallout New Vegas is a good game if they didn't have Jira.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, you can say like gaming it's just better than ever.
Like how can you have system cohesion if everybody isn't plugged into what everybody else is working on and saying at all times?
Well, like, you know how the group chat really elevated your friend circle? What if you did that but for the workspace? Hang on, do they have?
Does that mean we
they
don't have to have like all hands meetings anymore? Oh no, it's all hands meetings all the time. It isn't all hands meeting every day now.
But also, you need to monitor this group chat.
Yeah.
And well, okay, how can Fallout New Vegas be a good game? They didn't even use generative AI for their mood boards.
Okay,
Pat, it wasn't generative AI. It was a search engine. They asked ChatGPT to Google for. Man, AI is such a. It's just like.
It's such a.
If it wasn't generative AI, then what's the point? It sounds like they just used a search engine, but it had an AI component to it.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, Copilot, find me a picture that fits this mood, as opposed to like
AI,
just going on Google yourself.
AI detected. You're going onto the Steam group now. No, I saw one guy who was like, one game developer. He's like, I'm so against generative AI. I'm not even going to use like the generation tools in Photoshop, which is just like, I guess he meant like the clone tool and shit, like the autofill tool.
So the clone tool is not generative AI because it's using just a different part of the picture, but there is that generative fill tool.
Yeah. Like that's what he's talking about, like the generative fill tool and stuff like that. It's just like,
and that is on a language learning model, or not a language learning model, but it's on some type. Well, at least Adobe pitched it as such when they first added it to Photoshop. When they first added the generative fill, that was like, check out our big new AI tool. It's all stupid because it's all just fucking investor speak of like,
yeah,
we added Gemini to Gmail. Why? I don't fucking know, but the investors will be excited about it. It's like, do you guys design any of this software with like the end user in mind? It's like the fucking Microsoft guy being like, why are you guys calling AI stuff slop? And it's like, maybe because it all fucking sucks. And hasn't improved at all in years. And you want to know the best part of an AI meme? It's usually the shit the person wrote to have the AI character say.
Yeah.
So, to me, AI is just cringe because emphasizing that you're using it is profit-seeking behavior.
Yeah.
Or it's like, I really honestly don't care so much as just, I care on the business side.
Areas that worked and areas that didn't. Was there a place where they gravitated toward that didn't provide enough info or provide enough of a satisfactory conclusion to their question? If so, I recorded it and fixed it. I almost
God, can you imagine?
We can't listen. We can't keep stopping every time.
But Pat, why do you glaze Chris Avalon? It's like, I don't know. Everything he does sounds super reasonable, and I wish that
Well,
he was in charge of things right now.
Yeah, I mean, see, that's the problem is that, like, what he's doing is just like, yeah, this is like, of course you would be doing this. And then flash over to, you know, Bethesda and stuff where it's like, yeah, we had to sit there and make fucking, we had Will Shen making fucking tutorials in OBS and stuff, and it's just like,
We just throw shit into the game and force people to play it, and then
yeah,
they add their notes to the group chat that nobody ever reads, and that's how we iterate. We do iterative design, and it's like, but this is iterative design on a more like understandable level, because before you even turn on a PC, you already have like a ton of information. Like before you even design anything, you already have a ton of information on like how you need to design it.
Yeah.
As opposed to tunnelers.
it's a
Tunnelers
idea.
are unironically fucking awful. I feel like tunnelers are like a, maybe not an autism check, but some type of like, it's clocking you, where if you think that tunnelers are a threat, you've probably failed some type of test. Because to me, it just seems like Ulysses is coping. Ulysses is fucking seething like, well, if the nuke plan doesn't work, then the tunnelers are going to show up anyways and fucking kill everybody. And I hate everybody because they destroyed this place. And it's like, yeah, that just sounds like Ulysses is fucking coping. Because he's coping in every fucking dialogue that he has. Because I fought the tunnelers and they're scared of flare guns. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think they're a threat. I don't think an enemy that's taken down by a flashlight is a threat.
The Brotherhood of Steel goes out there, they just turn their fucking helmet lights on.
Yeah, I mean,
wish every RPG had the chance to play through its campaign in pen and paper, but it's such a hard thing to keep going while you're doing game development that I still consider Van Buren a rare opportunity to pursue it, because we couldn't do much more than run the pen and paper sessions with only me working on it. Thus, paper or pen and paper prototyping was the way to go. Chris created many of the concepts used in Fallout New Vegas during his time on Van Buren before it was ultimately canceled. While many of these concepts were recycled for FNV, his ideas were morphed into something significantly different by other developers over the years. I asked Chris about this, and he replied, "It happens, and it's a good thing, as I've learned from comics. If new creators didn't take the old concepts and put their spin on them, the core concepts would get, well, stale, and we'd lose what a fresh perspective brings."
oh my god. Uh-oh, why is he the disgraced game developer? And so many other people are still employed. It's like, yes, thank you. Because he's saying flat out, yeah, some of my ideas that I said earlier, like probably the fucking Caesar's Legion having mysterious masters, yeah, that sucks. He's gonna give it to somebody else, they're gonna work on it and come up with something better. Like, oh, that's so satisfying to hear somebody say, like,
Nah, I'm gonna trademark that. All of that. Copywritten, trademarked, patented. Can't use any of it. But you're not. That's not legal. We fucking won.
no, I think if you think
That-
Ulysses is Avalon's mouthpiece, you're also failing the vibe check. It only seems like the issue with Ulysses is that he's the only character in that expansion.
Yeah.
So it sounds like that's just him authoritatively saying, but it's like, no, Ulysses is a flawed person. You can see, like, I see right through him as a person.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, you have this whole fucking persona that you've built up of yourself because of all this shit that you've gone through.
Yeah, my take on him has always just been like he's just like an angsty edgelord.
Well, yeah, and it's like the same thing with Kreia. It's like, yeah, she's like trying to undermine Star Wars as a setting, but like, I don't know, she's got some valid points when it comes to like, yeah, the Force seems like a prick. If it's putting together all these prophecies and stuff and like perpetuating all of this conflict, then like, yeah, of course it seems like, of course somebody is who figures that out is going to have an issue with it. Like how atheists have a problem with like, well, if God is omniscient, then why do bad things happen? And it's like, but like at the same time, it's valid if you're an atheist to have an issue with that. Like even if it's explained theologically, it's like,
Yeah.
no, that still sounds like bullshit to me.
Yeah.
Like that's a very human kind of way to write a character of like just having a fundamental issue with the way that the society and ideology is structured.
The only issue with Van Buren is that no one ever experienced the concepts aside from the pen and paper gaming group, most of whom weren't at Obsidian at all, so the mutations went on without those original perspectives in place, and sometimes didn't seem to recognize the original concept as to what had caused those ideas to come into being in the first place.
Hang on. Okay.
In general,
I get what he's saying because Van Buren never came out, basically.
Yeah.
I thought some of the new spins were cool, but some of the other concepts ended up being duller as a result, no biased, mine included. Because of where the New Vegas game was placed, this made a lot of the thrust of the characters and factions weaker because of the distance from the West Coast.
I kind of disagree.
And the ones that could be more immediate, like the danger.
I like that the West Coast is such a more ephemeral and distant concept in New Vegas.
Yeah. I agree.
Of the Legion,
It-
if they were
It
and
makes New
selling-
Vegas because if the West Coast was too like present, same with the East. Like if any of those locations were too present, like New Vegas would feel more irrelevant. But like New Vegas, narratively speaking, feels like it's kind of just this oasis of just independent place out in the desert. And it's like, yeah, of course people would want this.
I heard on his Xeric stream that Avalon can be hard to work with, which is why he was dropped so quick and no one wants him back. I mean, I wouldn't say he was dropped quick. He was at Obsidian for over a decade, or just about a decade. But, I mean, I can buy that they didn't want to work with him, but that was because he was of that generation of Golden Age game designers in an industry that was moving away from that.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I can buy that the people that made the Outer Worlds didn't want to work with Chris Avalon. I've played the Outer Worlds.
Yeah. That is a good point. Yeah.
characters and factions weaker because of the distance from the West Coast, and the ones that could be more immediate, like the danger of the Legion if they were slavers and selling humans to super mutants, so they could dunk them in a newfound vat of FEV, for example, or something closer to NCR proper, so you can see the Brotherhood and NCR war playing out and become a part of it. FNV.
I feel like he was all over the place in that answer.
Mm-hmm.
He got Me Too'd. I know there was a lawsuit, but he's radioactive. Yeah, but that's just kind of a dumb reason. I feel like aren't we at the point where we can say most of that stuff was silly?
Yeah, I'd assume so.
I'm hoping in the big 2026.
I think we have more pressing matters at this point.
No, we need to talk about Harvey Weinstein.
But at the same time, it's like I think like what you were saying though is probably more valid in that Obsidian just didn't, like, the people at Obsidian just didn't want him around anymore, because he's definitely one of those like ideas first type of people, rather than let's get everybody together and collaborate and make something for everyone. And yeah, that's kind of how you end up with the Outer Worlds. It's just like a different way of making games, and I don't think the new way of doing it works, which is probably why all these big developers are now failing, and everybody's going back to small teams where the vision, the idea takes center stage.
No, Not even an answer, just no.
I mean, that's what they're going to be saying at the VGAs this year. No, 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 no.
Yeah, what happens to in
AI,
the game?
AI, buy into AI.
I mean, like with the hardware stuff that's going on.
Oh, it's just
Can people
there's every
can you
the fucking deck is so stacked against the industry right now.
Yeah, I mean, can they even afford to push like AI gaming as a concept when people can't even afford 40 series cards anymore?
Yeah,
And like Nvidia is basically having to give up on the 50 series.
yeah. Good time to be making games like like Factorio,
Oh,
Stardew Valley and stuff.
you did not pay enough money for the Hawaiian shirt Dunmer girl. She's too powerful for you.
He has a lot of unused content, but none of it is quite as interesting to me as Ulysses' original incarnation. Of all the questions I had, these were some of the most exciting for me as a fan.
This is kind of the awkward imposition where, because we have this dialogue now, I almost just would rather watch that. It's like I think it's like 70 minutes, too, of just back-to-back lines.
What?
Yeah, because it's like 800 lines of dialogue. It's more than Cass.
Whoa.
But I feel like, honestly, if I was gonna do that, would it? Okay, first of all, let's answer an ethical question. Would it be unethical to use AI with the Ulysses voice to generate the old like cut dialogue? Kind of where's the bounds on that one?
No, what you have to hire.
I have to
the
hire
original
the
voice actor.
Who's Ulysses' voice actor?
You have
Is
to
he on
hire
Cameo?
him, and you have to pay him to do a fair wage. What he would have gotten paid to do the performance by Obsidian, and that's how you have to go about it.
Roger Cross, Cameo. I don't think he's on Cameo. He's on Twitter, though.
Oh.
But he links to his IMDb page. His last post was in 2024. He was trying to... Well, he reposted somebody AI generating an image of them saying, cast Roger Cross as Swamp Thing, so... Well, I don't think we can cameo him. So, I'm sorry, there's no other choice. We're going to have to AI generate.
Chris mentioned
have you tried reaching out to his agent?
This guy's modded game uses the weird face mods. Yeah, I don't understand people that... I mean, well, to be fair, the Fallout 3 faces are, like, really disgusting in their own way. Although, listen, but Pat, Ulysses is a custom model.
Previous interview, though Ulysses was recycled as the antagonist of Lonesome Road, that version of the character was entirely different than his original vision. I inquired about this further, and he responded, while the mechanics of his presentation changed, his actual approach didn't change much. The biggest advantage, had he made it into the core game, was the perspective and the light he could have shed on the Legion as a faction. However, even though not a fan favorite by any means, I did prefer Ulysses' integration into the DLC structure, as I thought it gave an overarching arc to the DLCs and a sense that they were leading to something, even if some players found it disappointing.
I mean, yeah, I agree. With the overarching arc, not the disappointing part.
Oh. I mean, it does kind of not really go anywhere.
It's not really a big deal. It's not like a...
Yeah.
It's got crossover characters. I don't know. In a cynical...
well,
if it came out today in a cynical age, you would be like, oh, this is just bait for people to pog out and post on Twitter. Oh, oh, it's Ulysses, but like, I mean, that is like the aesthetic value is that like it's cool that the characters are crossed over across the different expansions.
I mean, there is like some narrative there. It's interesting.
Yeah, I hate.
Yeah.
Like, people don't believe me, but I hate how irony-pilled everything is, because now all everybody does is they just post soy jacks of the person enjoying something, and it's like, look at this loser, he's enjoying things.
Yeah. That's when you know you've been on the internet too long.
Yeah.
It's time to turn the computer off.
Well, so
it's time to go outside.
I'm pushing. We really need to start talking about Twitter the same way that we talk about Reddit. Because I almost think Twitter's worse.
Oh, it is.
Actually, no. I'm gonna stand by it. Twitter is worse than Reddit,
dude.
Because at least
Twitter's always been the cesspool. Twitter's been the cesspool since like 2011.
Yeah, sure, but like, I feel like that. What it means. We talked about this before, but what it means to be Reddit is like that particular smug cadence.
Yeah.
Like the way that they talk about things. I feel like Twitter culturally has shifted into being worse than that. Like, it's not just the toxicity of it, but I mean like genuinely just the embarrassing kind of self-satisfied nature of it.
Yeah, like the not even like completely unself-aware of like.
But see, here's the thing.
Elitist you're being.
But here's the thing. At least Reddit contributes to the internet that you can look up stuff and like get answers to issues that you're having, or guides on how to do like specific things.
Are you saying Grok is not doing a good job aggregating your Twitter experience?
What the fuck is Grok? I've never used it. I've got no clue what it does. I assume it's the tool people use to undress women with AI. So I mean, like, I associate it with like kind of a soft form of sexual harassment more than like anything that's helping me with my day-to-day life.
Yes, the reason, I don't know. I feel like Twitter's been I always considered Twitter like.
I think it had an inflection point. I think around the time that Elon Musk bought Twitter and the Twitter files happened, the site came back to being cool because they unbanned a bunch of people and it became like more moderate. Whereas before, like a year before Elon bought Twitter, like I feel like this got memory hold. There weren't there people in San Francisco who had blue check marks who would like get a physical badge that they would put on their house.
What?
Like, I'm not crazy. This was a thing, right? maybe it was a Photoshop, and maybe I was being misled. I think it happened at least once that somebody put their blue check mark on their house. And this was.
That sounds like a great way to have like a.
Don't say
thrown through your window.
But don't say I'm crazy just because you think it's crazy. Say I'm crazy because you know that was disproved. Okay? Because I don't know that it was disproved. I only saw a picture of it happening and I heard that it was a thing, right? But that was the mentality, was that, you know, Twitter was an insider club. If you were like a super leftist, you got your blue check mark. If you were remotely right wing, you could never get verified on Twitter. And then they took away everybody's blue check marks, and then Elon started selling them. And that's when the site started to go to shit. And then you could start to monetize your Twitter account, and that's when the site really went to shit.
Yeah, that's really.
And then it's like, now it's as bad, if not worse. And it's like, and some people will say, well, you didn't think it was bad when the Nazis took over? And it's like, yeah, but you'd label anybody who's right of like communism as a Nazi. So, but it is true. It is true that those guys all congregated there, but like there were like you just go on Twitter and follow artists.
I've always seen Twitter as like just a place people go to just scream into the void and like soapbox.
Well, see, that's the weird thing is nobody seems to agree on. Yeah, well, to me, it's like it's a platform for creators to like socially network and you can interact with fans in like in a way that's better than say YouTube comments. And there, for some reason, there are people who like treat it like their blog, and then they blow up on the algorithm and they get confused like why their weird blog is suddenly like have millions of people responding to it. And it's like, you're on an algorithmically curated website.
Yeah.
Like, if you wanted a private blog, you should not have been on Twitter.
I just go there to let people know that I'm still alive.
But yeah, the current meta of we need to either post outrageous bait or we need to vague post or stuff like that. That's just like made the site as bad as it used to be.
Yeah. For me, it was just when Elon Musk bought it, it just got funnier for a little bit. That was it.
Well, yeah,
It
no,
was
the
still-
Twitter
it was still
files were
shit.
awesome.
Yeah.
Like, it was really fucking funny that a tech company was having all of its receipts posted of like, yeah, we took money from the US government to like censor people. And it's like, that shit's crazy. Yeah, but I'm not sure how much I value Mike Tyson's opinion on like using punching people in the face as a solution to problems. You know, it's like you have to take it with a grain of salt when I say you should ride your bike more. You know? We might have a bit of a bias. The guy who professionally punched people in the face might view that as the solution to problems that most people don't. But I'm just saying he might be on more of a hair trigger for violence than me.
And granted, we did run out of resources towards the end, especially when the Microsoft layoffs happened very suddenly when Stormlands was cancelled. We didn't have a backup plan in place to deal with it, so it caused a lot of problems in the development cycles for the surviving projects. For those of you...
Hang on,
Stormlands. I'm not familiar with this lore.
Yeah, okay, he's referenced like where in the timeline are we? I assume this has got to be Circa Lonesome Road.
Yeah.
Is Stormlands just one of the 5 billion projects that Obsidian...
Why did The Outer Worlds 2 happen? Why did The Outer Worlds 1 get a sequel?
Stormlands and the Million Man Raid. Obsidian's canceled Xbox One exclusive.
Oof. Sounds like they dodged a bullet there.
Earlier this week, I got the chance to talk to Obsidian about its brand new role-playing game, Avowed. This is the game it's making for relatively new owner Microsoft, so in some respects, it's a product of a new Obsidian era. But it's not the first big RPG Obsidian has made for Microsoft and Xbox. Hang on. We were given a proposal, the Million Man Raid. Obsidian co-owner and CEO Fergus Urquhart tells me. Conceptually, what came from Microsoft was this idea. Imagine you're playing The Witcher, maybe with a friend. What happens if, at points in time, a giant creature pops up that you can see in the distance, and it's not popping up while you're playing, it's popping up for everybody who's playing. You all rush this creature, and then there's this haze around it, and as you're all rushing through the haze, the game is matchmaking you into 40-man raids who are going to fight the creature.
Ugh.
This is a very Microsoft idea.
This is... We saw what Destiny was doing, and how can we do Destiny but, like, 1/10 the effort?
I feel like this is... Wait. Are they copying like what they knew Bungie was working on with Destiny? Because this is
Probably.
before Destiny. I'll post some of the art. Fuck is my file explorer?
I mean, when did World of Warcraft start doing was it phasing
That was in Mists.
or layering?
And even then, like, so I think that was added to WoW, but that was in the Legion expansion. It was more like world quests.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. The art looks kind of cool. The guy sucks, but
Yeah.
the Obsidian tradition. The world looks kind of cool, but the NPCs are god awful. We can. The Khajiit is my second favorite flashbang model to use. All right.
Kenny?
Then you fight it, but while the creature is being fought, all the footage is being recorded up into the cloud. Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh my god, it gets even worse.
Then at the end, we would come up with some kind of intelligent editing thing which would deliver everybody who fought a personalized edited video of their participation in the raid. That is what was proposed to us.
Oh my god. I hope whoever came up with that idea got fucking laid off back when Microsoft was doing those like huge layoffs.
How did I not know about this? This is crazy.
Like this is like peak This is why Microsoft like is a fucking piece of shit now. It was just a decade of these sorts of ideas.
Yeah, we're talking like Xbox One.
Yeah. It's like, how do you... I really think like the Kinect just like poisoned the fuck out of them. They never really recovered from like that. The Kinect just was never going to work.
Microsoft's ambition, says fellow owner Chris Barker, vice president of development, was to do a lot of things and do it very new. Nothing that was standard or typically accepted in video games should be taken as acceptable. It was always try to get it up to the next level, try and figure out something different or some new way to approach it, or put a different spin on it. Every feature was, how do we change this feature to make it better than it has ever been before? Jesus.
That is... Nothing is sacred. That is a great way to produce a project that's just, you know, a piece of shit. Here's a good way to really do any project. Start with what can be the fundamentals. Like what can I take from other things? What's already established that I can use as a foundation? Like something that I'm not going to fuck with too much. And then you work from there. You don't go in being like, we are going to the wheel? What is the wheel? Like, fuck the wheels. We're not even reinventing that shit. We're reinventing the entire concept of thinking. We're reinventing the concept of reinventing. It's just like typical. That is Microsoft. That is Microsoft post like Xbox 360.
Obsidian had been sitting on the idea of Stormlands in some form since 2006, and in early 2011 finally had the chance to work it into a pitch for Microsoft titled Defiance. Quote, okay, well, this is interesting, Microsoft said, but it feels a little bit too tropish, a little too standard. So are there ways you can try and reinvent things and try and make it a little bit different? Like, this is why Microsoft sucks.
Yeah.
It's like they couldn't just be content with letting Obsidian make Obsidian games. They had to add in some stupid fucking multiplayer gimmick and cloud gimmick.
Imagine, like they just get a solid Obsidian RPG as an exclusive. Oh my god. Imagine the horror.
Well, they did. It was called Avowed.
Yeah.
It is true. Avowed didn't have any kind of like stupid gimmick to it. It was just...
Yeah. The same with the Outer Worlds too.
Microsoft is peak arrogance.
Microsoft is peak shoving your head up your own ass. Like,
yeah. Well, thank you, Chris, for mentioning Stormlands. This has been a very...
I don't know how you're gonna work that into a video, but...
Well, I mean, like, I kind of can't because it's post New Vegas, but... Okay, so let me understand this, what he's saying. They ran out of resources to make Fallout DLC towards the end, especially when the Microsoft layoffs happened and Stormlands was canceled.
Yeah.
Oh my god, hang on. Can we blame the Kinect for not getting more New Vegas DLC?
I told you. All roads.
All roads lead
All
back to
roads.
Microsoft. So
We
the
know-
the Connect bombs, Microsoft lays off a bunch of people. They have to cancel a bunch of the projects that they had signed, including Stormlands. Because of that, Obsidian doesn't have the capital to continue making New Vegas DLC. What the fuck?
You know what's crazy is that they deal with this, right? With the whole Stormlands, like, here's our idea, and Microsoft's like, here's how we're gonna fuck it up. And then what, like 5 years later, they're being bought out by them?
What a nightmare. Like
Are we sure Chris Avallone didn't just quit?
I feel like he probably didn't want to fight that hard to stay there. I don't know.
Yeah.
He probably did. Let's be real. But like, to me, if I was a game developer and I found out that my company was being bought, like, it would be like if you were watching my channel and you heard that I sold it to Warner Brothers.
Yeah, just disengage immediately.
Sorry, the tab crashed and refuses to reload. I don't understand modern browsers. Have you ever noticed that, like, so a tab will get laggy, and even if you reload it, it keeps that lag. So in order to stop it from lagging, you have to make a new tab with the same link.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, okay. We have this thing called Foxy AI, and just it can tell you about all the reviews on the Amazon page and collate all that information, even though Amazon already has what the fuck do they call it? Rufus?
When Stormlands was canceled, we didn't have a backup plan in
Okay,
place
so
to
what's
deal with
funny
it.
is Amazon has Rufus, and then Walmart has Sparky. I just thought that was cute.
I don't know why either of them have either. I get why Amazon might have an AI because they're also a tech company, but like, what does Walmart have a shopping AI?
Investors?
Exactly. That's why it's dumb.
Caused a lot of development cycles for the surviving projects. For those of you who are unaware, Stormlands was an MMO RPG developed by Obsidian that was planned to be an early launch title for the Xbox One.
Oh, and he's even got
that's even more cursed.
He's even got the art. It's got some of the art elements of. Oh, I'm blanking on the name. What game did Obsidian make the third entry of that was like a third-person RPG? It's Dungeon Siege. Anyways,
Prior to its cancellation in 2012, as a result, over 30 Obsidian employees were laid off, affecting many members of New Vegas' development team. This included tech producer Jason Fader, world builder Denise McMurray, lead programmer Frank Kowalkowski, junior designer Casey Kwok, junior environmental artist Roger Chang, and designer Robert Lee.
I mean, it sounds like it was fucking the biblical flood.
Yeah. Because, like, how many people were even working at Obsidian at the time? Could have been more than, like, 50 people, right?
Yeah, it was not a big team.
So it's like they basically lost almost, like, pretty much a quarter of their team.
When I spoke with Jason Bergman and J.R. Vosvik, both of them recounted at the exceptional length of Ulysses' original script, with J.R. mentioning that it was over 10,000 lines. Ever since, I've been even more fascinated about how much lore his character would have spouted about the world. I asked Chris if he could talk about the original version of Ulysses. I don't recall it being over 10,000 lines, unless there were some broken or unnecessary stub strings, but it's possible.
Yeah, this is why, like, line counts are not a reliable way to know, like, how much content there is. You know, I had an idea. Hang on, I'm not going to tell the stream, but you could have your reaction, just don't allude to what it is, okay? But I'll mute myself in the stream. So that's my big idea. I don't want anybody to steal it.
I mean, you probably don't even have to like use the AI to do that. You would just unpack it and then look at the
Yeah, but it would be a lot of
file
it would
notes.
be a lot of counting. That's why you would have the
Yeah.
AI do it. It would automate the process of counting it out. It wouldn't be like a complicated AI workflow, but it would be a thing that like computers are good at.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just like that way it has the context to know based on the information like what something is. It would be faster than hand counting it, let's just say that. Because 10,000 lines, New Vegas is like 60,000. So that's how like absurd 10,000 lines is.
People are saying you didn't mute yourself.
Yeah, people are gaslighting.
Well, what's the idea, chat?
What's the idea?
I don't have the word dumps to reference, so I don't truly know. He would have provided more backstory on Caesar's march west, more perspective on Caesar, although he already does this some in Lonesome Road, and would have been able to speak personally about what it meant to be part of a tribe, and then be absorbed by something like the Legion. The presentation probably would have been better had he been a companion, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because then you wouldn't have to stand there and, you know...
And trauma dump
Yeah.
for an hour.
In our look at the Legion's cut content, I talked about how Ulysses was originally planned to appear in the core
No lore bombs, please.
game at Wolfhorn Ranch.
See, I don't get these. I never understood this era of New Vegas modding. This looks worse. This looks worse than New Vegas.
Yeah.
So I never understood this era of it. Like, what is their problem with like shadows and stuff?
As well as Legion NPCs who were meant to appear there alongside him, who I speculated were his bodyguards. I also mentioned the unused sit marker that revealed Ulysses would have been sitting on top of a grave. I asked Chris if he remembered anything about Ulysses' content before it was left on the cutting room floor. If I recall correctly, they weren't bodyguards, they were Legion soldiers he either had to kill or had just buried. I don't have access to the game files expressly or my notes, else I'd be happy to share with you. Before this,
Yeah, I couldn't be a game developer because there's no way in hell you would ever separate me from like the creative notes that I take. But they would want me to because
Yeah.
for these types of reasons.
Yeah, yeah. From my cold, dead hands, will you take my obsidian database from me?
we could only speculate who was intended to be buried in the grave, and I found his reply particularly interesting. Unfortunately, it appears that many aspects of Ulysses' implementation as a companion will always remain one of New Vegas' greatest mysteries.
I feel like this hypes up what it was.
Yeah.
This is probably why game developers hate YouTubers. Because it's like, this contributes to the creation of mythology and like, imagine how epic it would have been if Bethesda didn't, if Todd Howard didn't keep going to their studio every week with his private jet and taking fat shits on all the desks of the employees.
I honestly think Fallout New Vegas was almost as good as it was gonna get.
Well, yeah, 100%.
I think, like, maybe another, 5-6 months to just, like, you know, content complete the Legion, squash bugs, and then another DLC. Like, we're talking maybe another 8 to 10 months of work is all they really needed for, like, New Vegas to be as good as it was ever going to get. It was never going to be the greatest RPG of all time. It just doesn't have the
What do you
chops
mean?
for
It is.
Caesar and Wolpus were amazing.
It's bugging me that he's using the NCR pronunciations of everything.
Kaiser.
Whoopez.
And the Legion's concept interesting, but found their actual execution to be one of FNV's weakest aspects. The other factions have a certain moral ambiguity that
They just didn't need to be working on Alpha Protocol at the same time. Yeah, I mean, the classic...
Obsidian kind of has this issue.
The fucking classic thing where, like, they just commit to multiple projects at the same time, and then, like, each takes elements from the other that would have been really nice to have.
Yeah.
I
Kill
feel
the Outer
like...
Worlds 2, focus on Avowed.
I feel like he has done something to the lighting in order to make it brighter for the purposes of video production, but like I would never play New Vegas with it looking like this.
Yeah. Oh God. Where's the sun at right now?
that you never really experienced with the Legion. I asked Chris what changes or additions he thought would have strengthened the faction. I agree. The Legion had an unbalanced presentation compared to the other factions, and while Caesar himself is interesting and very iconic in a very Fallout way, kudos to John Gonzalez, ultimately, I don't think the Legion sold itself well as being an interesting faction to join, or a faction you'd even want to join.
Excuse you?
The misogyny alone was a big red no for me, and it always bothered me in their design.
It's like Fujimoto being upset, like, man, I can't believe that the Chainsaw movie ended the way that it does, and it's like, motherfucker, you wrote Chainsaw Man. Like, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think that misogyny is really like a good reason to to discriminate against the faction.
Well, listen.
Me and the boys.
Something happened, and he no longer works at Obsidian, and his lawyer says...
Well, I feel like that's a good reason to be like, yeah, fuck women.
The fundamental...
But no, okay, so the thing is, he's allowed to have his reason to dislike the Legion as a player, but he is correct in the observation that, like, the reason that people don't pick the Legion is because they're misogynists. It's like, there's a billion fucking people who have said that. Now, is that a legitimate reason? Of course not. It's a stupid fucking reason to dislike the Legion. But that is the reason that people say they don't like it, which is why the Outer Worlds is the way it is.
issue is that I'm about wanting to join and experience the range of interactions with faction mechanics, which was one of the big design elements of New Vegas. It was the narrative of the faction that limited people from wanting to engage with the mechanics by joining that faction. As a result, both its negative presentation and its unbalanced presentation work together to reduce and limit choice.
I feel like, as a counterpoint, the Legion not being desirable to join makes the game cooler, because once you do it, and you see how different the world is, now that all of those NCR locations are hostile, you're like, oh, like, this is actually, like, kind of a cool game. Like, to me, it makes the game way fucking cooler after you do a Legion playthrough.
Well, so I've been doing a kill everybody playthrough in the Outer Worlds too. And honestly, I think it might actually be more fun. I think the game...
I didn't really get into doing it, but I did find the first town kind of challenging.
I think the game would be a lot more... I think the way to play the game is to get, like, one of the main factions, like, shoot on sight for you. I think that's the best way to play it.
Which is funny, because one of the perks is you can't go below neutral.
Yeah.
Which synergizes with a genocide run.
Yeah.
But... So what is the reason to not join the Legion? I mean, they're, like, they're collectivists, they're fascists, they're LARPers. They're from Arizona. That's a reason to discriminate against them. They're homosexuals.
They don't use stim packs.
I
mean, have you tried to use healing powder?
Kaiser swears a little too much for me.
He reminds me of this character from the show that I watched a while back.
It was in my edgy phase.
Yeah, he was kind of an asshole in that show, and yeah, I just don't...
Pat, we're doing the first guild run in WC. Well, we did like, the first day that the guild was up, we did a carry run. No, the first day that I was level 60, I carried a couple of people through Wailing Caverns, but I assume it's all, like, level appropriate people, which is cool.
I'm gonna be honest. The first run is when I show up.
I mean, yeah. I'm still on the fence about streaming the thing. It's going to be on the second channel if I am streaming. It sounds like fun to me, but I might stream Fallout 3 as the end part after we're done playing WoW for the day. Because I have this idea for a Fallout 3 playthrough where you collect all of the skill books. There's
That's it.
like a billion of them.
Just collect all the skill books.
Well, there's like 10 of each. So there's like
Yeah.
200 books.
Yeah, I know there's a lot, but it's just like
Sorry, I'll be right back.
okay. It just sounds like 100% run to me. So who's playing World of Warcraft? Who will we be seeing? Who will be carrying me? I was torn. I was torn on doing another tank build for this playthrough, but I don't want that responsibility again. It was fun. I love tanking. Tanking's probably the most fun I've had in World of Warcraft, but I decided that's just going to be a bit too much this time around. So I'm doing mage instead. I just want to lay down big numbers. That's basically it. I want to join the guild, but I'm autistically shy. Well, let me tell you, honestly, one of the best ways to get over that sort of thing is to like join a guild or something. It really is a great way to, because you can interact with people on your own terms. Um, I did this when I was playing Dune Awakening, because I was playing Dune Awakening solo for a really long time, and then I decided to join a guild and stuff, and it was I was really awkward at first, and so I kind of just I drop in from like now and then and everything, and then eventually you get comfortable with that. And I think there's a real argument to be made for video games as like a way to help people kind of acclimate to being more sociable and things like that. It's a lot less it's just like a lot less intimidating.
Yeah, you can always tell people to
Oh,
fuck off.
yeah.
And I think that games help you with reconciling that there's some inherent conflict to life that you need to be prepared to stand on business for. Aren't MMOs designed for autistically shy people? No, not really. I feel like that would be some like I feel like neurodivergent Twitter would agree with that and be like, well, actually, but no, it was just for nerds.
Yeah.
Like back
No,
at autism is an astroturfed thing that didn't exist before like 2004.
This was also the fact that it was very easy to break faction joining quest, so often players fell through to the anarchist path. Note that I'm fine with an anarchist path. I think players should be the one carving their philosophy on the wasteland if they want.
no.
Hang on.
No, I need a daddy.
Part of the positive
It's not easy to break the faction joining quests. Because they have the contingencies. Like, you have to go out of your way
Yeah.
to brick the Legion.
Speaking of bricking, the Outer Worlds 2.
What happened?
I murdered. So I went into Fairfield and I got to the dude, the mayor with the stupid hat and shit, and I was just like, you know what? I just killed him. And then a pop-up came up and it's just like, you just committed like a heinous crime from which there is no recovering from with this faction. So like, we would recommend you reload, but you can just roll with it if you want.
This is the first time I'm ever hearing that Outer Worlds 2 has a message like that.
Yeah, no, I got it on footage. Maybe it's new. Maybe it's a new thing, because I did notice there are a few new things since last time I played. But yeah, it is kind of interesting that there really isn't like a way to walk back from that, because they have a bounty system with the factions and stuff.
I don't even know why. Well, what's that guy tied to after the first area?
Well, yeah, that's the weird thing is that's the I think that's like what the message says, is that he was like a major quest giver, and like it basically shut off like that entire faction. But it's like you still had the other lady there who could also do it, and then with all the other contingencies.
Well, have you done her
so many contingencies? I have, yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, because I haven't. I don't know if like
It's the exact same thing. I mean, it's a different quest, but all roads lead to the same bottleneck.
Yeah. I was... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to read that. I don't really care, to be honest. I think if I might release that little bit that I sent you of what I've written for the Outer Worlds 2 and just pretend that that's like pretend it's a review of the game.
Those for having you list a companion in the core game was that at least he could give a mouthpiece to the Legion perspective, similar to what Cass does reluctantly, but he can give even more information. I think Wolpus would have been much better, but
Whoa, suddenly
Wait,
We're
Wolpez would be a...
we're shifting to the Legion pronunciation of Wolpez.
it was
Oh,
decided that
maybe he's like being inclusive, you know, like doing both pronunciations. Like what you do in your video.
Yeah, it's weird because he's abiding different rules for it.
Yeah.
He hasn't said Kaiser yet.
no companion will be intricately tied to the main plot, which I think was a huge mistake. Yes Man, Benny, Wolpus, and more could have been great companions in my opinion.
Yeah, that's the weird thing with Benny is like the way it's all set up and stuff, he really does seem like he would eventually become a companion.
No, he needs to come back randomly and try to murder you.
Is that really what happens if you you let him go?
No, it was cut content. And so we've discussed it before, like just because it was cut content doesn't mean that you should re-add it to the game because like pretty clearly they cut it for
yeah.
Not everything that gets cut from a game is like for some type of like production reason where like because it's a finished encounter. So like it's not like there was some hardware limitation or what have you, like, oh, we accidentally forgot to include that. Like, no, like they made it, they probably didn't like it, and they cut it out. So, you know, don't restore it unless like you can if you want, but it shouldn't be part of a cut content restoration mod.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some extra ammo, a few bottles of whiskey, and then show them how Cassidy's settle accounts.
Oh my god, what did you do to Cass?
Wolpus and more could have been great companions in my opinion.
I was reading the chat. Ooh.
Cass if she was in Avowed?
Extra ammo, a few...
You see, you could post that on like, they gave her a man jaw.
This is a Fallout New Vegas remaster.
They're transing Cass.
Few bottles of whiskey, and then show them how Cassidy's settle accounts.
Cass is one of my favorite companions.
All right, what is it? 16 or 18? 16. But, oh, I was going to talk more about the stream idea, which was, you know, we just end the streams with, like, doing a Fallout 3 dungeon. Because you got to do, like, most of the skill books are at the end of dungeons.
Oh,
in Fallout 3. I think it would be, like, 50 hours to collect all of them, unless you were, like, planning it out as a speedrun strat.
Yeah, like, what you're talking about is...
It's a lot of Fallout 3.
That's what I was gonna say before you left. Was like it's almost just like 100% completion.
Yeah, just without doing any quests.
Yeah. You don't have to do any quests in order to get. In order to get some of them.
There's a bobblehead in Raven Rock. There's bobbleheads, I think, in the player house.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure there's quite a few that are parts of quests, but I would just do the dungeon ones.
Oh, okay.
Because there's plenty of quests that don't give skill books at all, so.
Yeah. Vegas. Her voice acting is some of the best in the game, in my opinion, and her quest, Heartache by the Number, is...
We gotta talk about this, man. What? What are we doing with the graphics mods?
We don't have shadows, but we have like some approximation of ambient occlusion. It don't look so good. and like no distant LOD mod, which is weird.
Well, like, and it's loading the trees, but it's not loading any of any of the rocks that are there.
Yeah.
But it's just that flat lighting, like.
Yeah. Yeah, what the fuck? Where is the sun? Did the Enclave nuke the sun?
Well, and this was just like, I want to say like 2014. Everybody that was doing like, check out my Skyrim graphics modding. Like, this is what their fucking game would look like. Whereas like, well, it's very nice textures and models on this stuff, but like, what's up with the lighting, guy? Shut up about the sun. It's not real.
Is incredible.
This is
so I
my
had several questions I wanted.
This is my fucking Vakalhar playthrough.
Yeah.
To ask Chris about Rose of Sharon Cassidy. First, I asked him
Why is there like a magic disintegration effect on the piles? Do you see that? On like the melted people piles.
about her hair color change, and her quest Heartache by the Number is incredible. So I had several questions
yeah.
I wanted to ask Chris about Rose
What?
of Sharon Cassidy.
What the
First, I ask about her hair color change. Her collector's edition card depicts her as a blonde, but clearly this was changed at some point in development. I'm glad you liked her. To address her questions, I'm not sure when her hair color changed, if at all. It may have been a miscommunication with the people making the cards. Cass has a ridiculous number of unused reactivity lines.
Yeah, I mean, so this is like, I'm sorry, this is like the typical fucking Fallout fan thing of like reading super hard into,
Yeah.
and then the answer just sucks. And then the answer's like, I don't know, it's probably some type of miscommunication with the card company.
Chris is like,
No, what's the fucking deep lore behind the hair color? Where did she get the hair dye?
Well, you see, the originally the one on the card, that was my ex-girlfriend, and then Cass, she was. Well, actually, no. Cass is my ex-girlfriend, and then the one on the card is my ex-ex-girlfriend. It's like, I don't know,
Lines
man.
and interlock topics.
But
easily
no offense to Triangle City, of course. It's more so like broadly, like Fallout fans especially. Elder Scrolls fans are a little bad about it, but like, man, fucking Fallout fans. They just
Fallout's
find...
fans feast off of those table scraps.
Yeah, and then like, they just read into it and set themselves up for disappointment.
more than any other companion. So I asked Chris if Cass appeared as he intended, or if his original vision was grander. Her narrative and quest presentation wasn't necessarily grander, it was just more reactive. For example, the voice actress Rachel Roswell recorded the lines for When You're Wandering Freeside and people were catcalling Cass, and Cass specifically responds to each one and shuts them down, which was fun. As Chris mentioned, Cass has around 20 recorded lines for shutting down various residents of Freeside. Now, I believe it's technically possible to hear some of these lines in an unmodded game, but I've had difficulty triggering them. I'm not sure if this is related to patch 1.4, which made Cass much less talkative, but I'll include some of the lines here for those of you who haven't heard them.
Got enough on my shoulders without adding more dead weight to them. Not interested in any weapon that shoots blanks. If you're looking for action, grab some grease from your hair and give your gun a few pulls. Stake a claim somewhere else, pretty boy. No, and I ain't looking to be a babysitter neither. A drink wouldn't make you any prettier, Slick. Ain't nothing but a hound dog. If you're looking for action, jam your dick in a locker and slam it a few times.
My God.
Well, now.
And that's why Cass is a great companion.
Name's Cassidy. I run this place. What can I do for you?
Another
That's
reason
a girl's name.
I love Cass as a companion is that she's the daughter of John Cassidy, who's one of my favorite companions from Fallout 2. Both of them even share a line of dialogue, which I think is brilliant.
Sure could use a drink.
I asked Chris about the idea of including a direct descendant of a previous companion.
Alright, I know I'm not a Fallout fan because this is the first time I ever heard that her father was a companion in Fallout 2.
I feel like this raises some timeline questions.
The idea of including a descendant of John Cassidy was given by our project director. Many of the companions at the time were written as one-pages and then passed off to individual designers, which can limit your creativity somewhat. Ulysses wasn't, which was part of the reason I was more inspired to work on him, and it was also a reason we rebelled against one-pagers in Pillars 2. Writing a companion is fun, but it's less fun when someone designs it for you.
I feel like this is how you end up with Marius, though. Guys, do you remember Marius?
Who?
Marius. You remember Marius, right?
From what?
Come
You
on.
gotta get. You
No,
gotta
stop.
Get,
Stop it. You know Marius.
you gotta give me more than go on than that.
What? Well, I could name, like, Rex, right? You know Rex? From Mass
From
Effect?
Mass Effect?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Gary. Like, I can say the name and you would instantly recognize the companion, right?
Yes.
Well, like, so Marius.
You see, you're saying you're like I hear sounds coming out of your mouth, but they're just not. They just don't make sense to me.
You don't know Marius. You played Avowed.
Wait. Actually, I did. I only played a little bit. Was Marius? Was he Garrus?
No, he's the second companion you get.
Oh.
He's the guy that acts like a fucking Luddite anytime anything magical comes up, and like everybody just wants him to shut the fuck up and kill himself because he's really annoying. He was like, I wasn't hired on to deal with necromancers. And it's like, I don't remember hiring you at all. Why are you here? The only reason you're here is because we haven't gotten a third companion yet. But
can you just go without, like, go with like just one companion, just leave him on the ship or whatever? Okay.
But yeah, so I'm just thinking, like, was it better to not do the one pagers if the result is Marius?
That said, Cass having a nod to one of the companions in Fallout 2 seems a nice way to tie the two titles together, even in a small way.
As for Dad, I figure he just got himself lost or dead. Happens. And I'm not all boo-hoo about it, so save your glass for someone who's crying.
Chris once mentioned that he specifically left John Cassidy's
fate
unknown in Cass's dialogue. I asked what his reasoning was behind leaving John Cassidy's fate ambiguous. So in the many words of wisdom related to me in conversation with Fallout 1's project director, Tim Kaine
flashbang.
He's back though, guys. He's back at Obsidian.
Yep. Avowed 2 is going to be quite amazing.
Purposely chose not to answer certain questions in Fallout 1 because it would put design, narrative, and perhaps even the franchise itself in a corner. And it would do it unnecessarily, since having the answers wouldn't impact Fallout 1's gameplay experience at all. He called it leaving wiggle room. I know how super serious it sounds, using those tough words, but it's the harsh way Tim Kaine speaks.
What? What?
Yeah, what?
It seemed very mild. But also, we live in a post-Fallout show world.
Nothing is sacred. Nothing is safe.
Also, what the fuck? You see this? She looks like a Morrowind character.
She looks like somebody I know. Who's a guy.
But he's absolutely right. Sometimes too many answers, too much detail, can put limiters on a franchise that it can't escape from, and close it off to other narrative possibilities, and doing retcons can get...
Is it like...
She looks like fucking Woody from Toy Story.
She does, yeah. It's her narrow face.
Messy.
Oh man.
This is Cass if she started mewing. And also hitting her face with a hammer.
It's so bad. What did you do? What mod did this?
Okay, so that's what I don't get is he didn't make these mods. Someone else made these mods. Someone else decided that this is how she should look. So it's like you have the dynamic of someone made this mod and then you installed it.
She looks like a fucking like state trooper who just pulled somebody over.
But the problem is Triangle City is not alone in this stuff. Like every fucking Fallout like lore channel uses these weird ugly mods.
Considering what happened to John Cassidy wasn't something I thought would be a positive. I thought there might be future narrative fuel there. It turns out there wasn't. I was gauging fan reaction and no one gave two shits, so I let it lie. But I didn't want to close it off entirely.
Hold on a sec. And Tim Kaine was the one who was blunt and crass.
I don't think he said Tim Kaine was crass. I think he said
It's a blunt or something.
it was harsh.
Harsh, yeah.
So included the necklace memento, the suggestion he might be lost out in the wasteland, and left it at that because it could serve as future narrative or franchise fuel. After all, what if John Cassidy found something horrible in the huge twisters blanketing Texas? Or worse, woke up something terrible. For narrative...
Ew.
What if he just walked off into the desert and just died?
Narrative
Just like,
designers,
I'm done.
Fortunately, we love shit like that, and leaving such questions to potentially answer for the future if we'd like. And that's all for part 1 of our interview.
All right. Whoops. Part 2. So fancy.
Hey guys, welcome to episode 9 and part 2 of the Chris Avalone interview. Let's get it.
It's just interesting. I'm assuming it's because this is a night scene, having like high brightness, high contrast,
Yeah.
just so you can make out visual details.
Yeah.
I don't know though. It's just
Into it.
all right. Need to swap over. Let's see. So we did Avalone Part 1. Now we're in Avalone Part 2.
When I spoke with Jason Bergman, he mentioned that the second battle of Hoover Dam wasn't as epic as it appeared on paper. I asked Chris if there were any memorable differences between...
The audio on this one's better. On the last one, I had to max it out. This one, I set like 20%.
Yeah, I had to lower it.
the concept of the in-game battle.
Listen, I like blood mods, but I don't like blood on screen mods because for this reason.
Yeah.
And Battle of Hoover Dam wasn't as epic as it appeared on
Yeah,
paper.
like some of the mods would let you turn
I
off
asked
that
Chris
shit.
if there were any memorable differences.
So
Yeah, but I
that's-
love adding blood mods.
Yeah, I love gore. I have a boner for murder.
Mine's not gore so much as oh yeah, chat needs to see it. This is the
Oh.
blood mod. But yeah, I just like high blood. I don't really care for gore.
Differences between the concept of the in-game battle and its final
Well, it's always
implementation.
it's like what is that game? Fear, where
Mhm.
it's just like after I just want to leave a room after a battle has occurred, and it look like a battle actually
Yeah.
happened in that room.
Yeah,
Like,
I love that stuff.
that shit. Yeah.
Jason is correct. In fact, we were repairing Hoover Dams along with other areas' performance for much of the DLC development too,
Did you
and we had to keep chipping away.
did you slow this down? I know we were listening to the other one sped up.
Oh,
but this
that
one sounds
might
like
be
it's-
it. We might need to set it back to 1.5 because we swapped videos. So
Yeah.
Geometry piece by piece. And it's sort of making
oh, oh, I'm sorry. I feel bad whenever someone's told that like, yeah, you really need to be listened to at like 1.5 times. I feel like that's a brutal thing to say to somebody.
Yeah.
game already on a shoestring budget polygon-wise would break, or more correctly, break more. This was a little frustrating because when designing the DLCs, I'd specifically asked for memory space to be reserved for the DLC areas, and suddenly it seemed to vanish. So instead of anticipating a problem and addressing it, the problem simply became more of a challenge with each DLC. and we had to do more limiting of their area space than previously expected to compensate.
I feel like somebody's gonna have to explain to me what he means. Why is memory limiting? Why does memory limit how big the area space can be? Like, I get, like, in terms of complexity, how much stuff has to be loaded into the memory. Sure, but I don't know. It feels weird to me. Check your super chats. Oh.
Yeah, I don't. I would need to know. I would need to know more about like the New Vegas code base and how consoles handle handle
I
that
mean, I
shit.
assume it is a console thing.
Yeah.
The Xbox was a disaster for gaming.
Still,
What are you
it's
talking
some Project
about?
Vision collides with level
Halo
design reality.
3?
It's funny because Halo 3... What was the best looking game to come out on the 360? Specifically, its 360 version, not just in that... to come out in that era. Crisis 2?
You know, I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like you can root blame a lot of the issues with the industry to, like, the peak of the Xbox 360. Skyrim looks decent, I guess. Not on the fucking Xbox 360, it doesn't.
Fortunately, and the same thing happened with the city of New Vegas itself. In fact, performance concerns are the reasons it's built as it is and has been called empty. For me, seeing
It is funny that they went into development thinking that they were... Like, have you seen the concept art for New Vegas? Like, the city?
I don't think
It's
so.
very dense. It was supposed to be like, you know, like there were tens of thousands of people living in it. And, you know, Freeside was supposed to be like crammed, packed, like streets of Delhi type of vibe.
Not on the 360 and not on Gamebryo.
Yeah, so... But at the same time, I feel like they didn't work with it. Because I feel like Oblivion worked around the limitations of how many characters they could have to still sell a degree of city scale. Because the cities are tiny, but they match the fact that they can only have like 8 characters in a scene.
I wonder if that's why one of the reasons they created Radiant AI, so that they could have characters like constantly moving in and out.
Like a performance as a motivator.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, but I think that just simplifying the workflow.
Well, yeah, I mean
was
that too,
definitely
but like, yeah, just being able to have like a bunch of characters just constantly coming in and out, so that it looks like the place is busy when you can't just, you know, get 30 people on screen at once.
Yeah,
and so it's just like, and then you just fuck with people's like AI packaging and stuff, so it's like they don't all hit the market district.
The TV show did not improve the scale issue with New Vegas. Let's just say that. I've seen pictures, and it's worse than the game. But
well,
the
you know,
PlayStation 3, I believe, had 256 megabytes of memory. Because I know that the 360 had 512. And it had more than the PlayStation 3.
The PlayStation 3 had like a more powerful processor, but like its architecture was a lot harder to work with.
Mm-hmm.
The power of the cell, if people remember that.
Well, and if you could work with it, it was good, but...
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just... The market clearly reacted to what happened between Xbox and PlayStation, where Xbox had the advantage in being able to port over PC development to a console, as opposed to developing for specific hardware.
Yeah. Well, that's why Xbox wants to be a game publisher now. Everything is an Xbox.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that's the cope. Is like, well, Xbox sucks, so we're just gonna start claiming that PC sales are and they've done that before. Like anytime they have a bad time, suddenly PC is part of the Xbox ecosystem. Xbox is the console's doing
No
well.
wonder
We don't talk about Windows.
No, no wonder we got to get more people on Linux.
Yeah, man, imagine that conversation.
Fucking
We can't even claim the PC gamers anymore.
Phil Spencer's gonna put out a hit in Gabe Newell. We can't, guys. We can't have Linux take all of the gamers.
Private,
It's
why
gonna
did you
ruin
bring
us.
up Gabe Newell when we're talking about Linux? There's no connection between them.
The city surrounded by giant billboards was a disappointment in the face to the open world concept, but again, it's what happens when the reality of polygon management meeting design of a city doesn't work in tandem.
I feel like he's describing an Oblivion city and then being like, yeah, it's disappointing. This attribute that describes Oblivion cities was disappointing.
Okay, sure. But then, so about the Outer Worlds 2.
Listen, he didn't work on that one. I mean, instant cities are just kind of a reality, I think.
Well, I'm not talking about instant cities. I'm talking about the fact that it's like the same number of NPCs. Like,
no, it's more in Outer Worlds too.
it's a little bit more.
It's a lot
It's
more.
not-
You need to replay a bit of New Vegas and then like compare it to like Fairfield and that one Snow Planet city.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I want to say
guess
those
you're
places
right.
have like 40 NPCs. And places in New Vegas have like 10. But those NPCs are less dynamic in a lot of ways. So,
Well, actually, I don't know because now I'm thinking about McCarran. There's a lot of NPCs there. They're
mhm.
like, sure, they're split up between different loaded like cells and stuff like that, but still.
Well, so are the places in Outer Worlds too. I mean, are you saying
Yeah.
like population count? Like, yeah, Fairfield has like 50 people total.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm talking. Like,
Okay,
and
I figured it was the number of NPCs that are like loaded into an area at once.
oh no, I'm just saying like in terms of like the scale itself, like the overall scale of the cities and stuff like that. It's the same. It's pretty much the same
Well,
from Fallout New Vegas to Outer Worlds too.
I don't get the point in making big cities if you can't even make like big worlds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the city is secondary to making a world space and making dungeons.
Okay, well,
So like
alright.
if I was to
Why?
if I was to make a mod for Morrowinds that was to like add a new island with content on it, I would not start with the town. You know? I would start with making out the content of it and then make the town to fit the scope of whatever content I make.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I have some interesting thoughts about that with the Outer Worlds too, and how they went designing the world. It's just, I just don't think it really worked very well.
Well, there's a lot of things about that game that didn't work very well. So
But I think it's like it's the fact that it's not one continuous open world really hampers the experience.
I think Avowed has a better world.
Well, that takes place all on one planet. It takes place on one continent, right?
Sure, but it's like Avowed has 4 different open world maps. One for
Yeah,
each
okay.
chapter. So
Yeah,
it's kind of
so
the
it's
same idea.
Yeah.
Nah, it isn't. You guys can't go, oh yeah, no, Avowed has nothing going for it. There's absolutely nothing in Avowed. Like, yeah, no, out of the outer, like, you know, you're coming up to bat for the Outer Worlds too and saying that, right? I'm gonna compare two games that I haven't played just to own Avowed because Avowed was mildly controversial on the internet.
Nah, I mean, I'm the fuck Avowed guy, or fuck the Outer Worlds guy, but there are things in the Outer Worlds too that I am praising in my script. Like the conversation system.
Avowed is so much better than Starfield. I feel like Avowed is a better like value proposition than Starfield.
Probably, yeah.
It's just what each game offers is different because Starfield is decent at being like a space dungeon crawler, whereas Avowed
Yeah.
is better about having narrative content for you to do that isn't just. Whereas on the flip side, Avowed has nothing going on in the dynamic dungeon crawling sense.
Yeah.
Avowed wasn't controversial. My guy. Don't even fucking pretend.
The point of breaking the game or slowing the engine to a crawl. We eventually appointed a lead level designer to help address these issues, but it was late in development, and much of the problems were already present in several areas. It would have made more sense had we had a design hierarchy established earlier, and placed someone in that role to proactively enforce performance standards per area.
Okay, but I can't fault you for not knowing what you needed to work with this fucking engine.
Yeah. Yeah. The issues, you have two games to, you know, really look at. Know what you're getting into. Imagine being this guy. It's just like, yeah, so we tried doing it without you, but you're gonna have to come in here and just like fix all of this now. Just, you know, fix the performance
Yeah.
by a level design. And it's just
But
like,
I mean, you know, a job's a job.
yeah.
And I think they pulled through. I like the level design in New Vegas. I don't like Avalon, I think, has a very skewed perception of how his game was received because he probably listens to the response the most when the game came out and not the way that people kind of talk about it in the long term. And so, like,
Yeah.
you'll have people who are like, yeah, it's kind of disappointing that New Vegas is, like, split up into all these little sections and stuff. But it's like, for people who are into more of the Bethesda genre of game, you know, this broader kind of open world dynamic RPG thing, it's like, yeah, of course the city's an instanced cell.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty much the way that they are in all of their games.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, even with something like Valmora, it's like, yeah, it's in the open world, but that doesn't really add a whole lot to Morrowind as an experience. Because most of the cities are, like, hemmed into a location anyways. So it's like they might as well be inside of instanced cells. So I feel like, because I was going to bring up earlier that, like, Cyberpunk is an example of an open world RPG game that it doesn't use instanced cells as much for how it divides up content.
I think, yeah. I mean, yeah, how they divide up content, they don't. But they definitely have some, like, trickery going on with, like, LODs and...
Yeah, for dungeons and stuff, but...
No, I think in the city, too.
Sure.
Like, they probably do, like, a shit ton of culling and stuff, because, you know, it's, like, a super dense city. So it's like, oh, cool. We have guaranteed, like, line of sights that are going to be broken and stuff, so we could just, like, deload all that shit behind it.
The lead designer, Charlie Staples, did a great job with this, and I had the good fortune to continue to be able to work with him on the DLCs. Charlie's great.
Level design and all the DLCs are great, other than, I think Lonesome Road kind of sucks.
Yeah.
And that's just the nature of, like, the idea they had for how that world was going to be laid out. It just didn't pan out. But Old World Blues is amazing in terms of level design.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
That's like
Old World Blues. Old World Blues is like the Dawn Guard of Fallout New Vegas, where it's just like, no, but it's like
the story kind of sucks, but the world that they add is really good. Yeah, because you got the Forgotten Vale, you have the Soul Cairn.
Yeah, and it's just like we're getting a second stab at making the open world environment and
Yeah.
stuff, and like we're gonna take ideas that worked in the base game and like just kind of refine them into something unique here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Old World Blues in terms of like content and gameplay and stuff, fantastic DLC. I just do not care for
For the
writing,
20-minute opening.
Yeah.
I used to not like the dungeons in Old World Blues, and then I got better at playing New Vegas. Like, because it breaks the mold of how you typically play the game, because like
Yeah.
stealth shooting something with an anti-material rifle just isn't as good. Has anyone actually ever tried looking for all of Dean's stashes on Dead Money? So I did.
Oh my.
Collected and sold everything in the villa to try to find everything, and I still couldn't find all of those fucking things or all the playing cards. Like, that stuff is I mean,
Yeah.
you know, kudos, they did a great job hiding it, but yeah, if you're not using a guide, like, there's so much hidden in Dead Money.
New Vegas' DLCs were developed in an incredibly short amount of time, which makes their quality all the more impressive. The way they explore different themes while building a cohesive storyline that culminates with Lonesome Road was masterful to me, and
Okay.
that's not even considering the budget/time restraints or the 10,000 line dialogue limit. So I asked Chris about the challenges of creating the DLCs. It was more than a short amount of time. It was the sheer amount of time spent fixing the core game's many problems as a result of overscoping. It was proof positive you can't hold off paying the piper forever, and the longer you wait, the worse it gets.
Technical debt.
We're still... Listen, it's still the Xbox's fault.
However, the only aspect of this is the people who had chosen to step over the scope line largely didn't have to deal with the consequences, and to be frank, were even irritated that the Plan 4 DLC was interfering, yes, interfering with all the fixes they now needed for the core game. That's...
Wait, what?
Were even irritated that the Plan 4
Hang
DLC...
on.
People who can't hold off paying the piper forever, and the longer you wait, the worse it gets. However, the only aspect of this is the people who had chosen to step over the scope line largely didn't have to deal with the consequences, and to be frank, were even irritated that the Plan 4 DLC was interfering, yes, interfering with all the fixes they now needed for the core game.
Somebody who knows this better tell me who he's talking about. I'm trying to read this as, like... I mean, he's clearly talking about somebody.
Yeah.
It's like, so somebody was... I think he's saying somebody, like, basically, not purposely sabotaged, but their contribution sabotaged the performance of the game. And then they had to deal with fixing it. I'm interested to know how the DLC was interfering with the fixes. I'm guessing it's just time investment. Like, we need time to make the DLC, and that's time taken away from fixing base New Vegas.
That said, you swallow, nod, and let it ride, and hope it doesn't happen again. At the end of the day...
And that's probably why he left Obsidian. Or, you know, didn't try to come back, because they still do this shit.
Yeah.
It's all of the problems that Obsidian had as a developer with none of the upsides.
The core game should have been released in a better state, and we had no one to blame but ourselves. The problem is if it does happen again, and it did, repeatedly...
Oh no. Okay, he is...
He said it.
He is spitting bars about
Triangle City got it out of
unfinished games. I feel like he didn't even have to prod to get Avalon to say this.
He was ready for it.
Well, like Avalon
This-
being restrained is that he's not naming names. That's his
yeah,
equivalent of restraint.
yeah.
Often it took 2 or more DLCs or expansion packs before the core title felt like a core title, and that's too long for customers who have shelled out money to play a finished game. I should, however, count it lucky. Sometimes a game can get released so early, New Vegas and Pillars 2, where any extra time wouldn't have helped the title because of the sheer number of bugs. Even an extra month, 2 months or more, wouldn't have put a dent in them enough to change public opinion.
Oof.
Well, I didn't know Pillars 2 was that buggy. Oof, man.
But he didn't say 6 months. As we all know, Bethesda took 6 years out of the development time for New Vegas. So if they had 6 more decades of time to work on New Vegas, I think they could have patched out the bugs.
Yeah, they just need 6 more centuries.
The forever game. Hey, did you
No,
know
that's
Star
Starfield.
you know Star Citizen hit $1 billion in crowdfunding?
Mm-hmm. It's a Ponzi scheme. That's all it is.
It's the shittiest Ponzi scheme where you get no return. You don't even get the you don't get any kind of like promise of return either.
Yeah. It's the video game equivalence of a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah.
Us gamers, they do it to themselves. We really don't have anybody to blame but ourselves.
The
for
most
sorry state.
the most loathsome demographic, gamers. I wonder
I
if
don't
they
think gamers are oppressed enough.
So I wonder if that like positive sentiment you see for Star Citizen is like partially just astroturfed at this point.
Oh, I mean, absolutely.
They used to
And
not
people-
to.
And people, fucking, I'm in too deep now. I need people to buy into this project so that I don't literally kill myself because I spent all my life savings on this
I
game.
feel like sentiment changed when they released the pre-alpha and people felt more secure in like defending the fact that they dropped like 15 grand on PNGs. Because before the pre-alpha, they weren't coming up to bat for making fun of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like Star Citizen is going to be one of those games that gets like a crazy documentary in like 15 years from now. And it's just like, oh, you thought it was crazy? No. Here's like the depths.
I feel
The
like
true depravity.
I feel like going on a quick side quest here.
It's like, yeah, fucking the CEO, whatever, he knew Epstein and everything.
Oh, you want to get into that? Hang on. Oh, I'm blanking on his name, and he never got many views. That's like one of the worst things on YouTube is to be into something that didn't get a ton of views, so you don't remember the name of the guy that made it,
Yeah.
and then you just cannot find it through search. You gotta I gotta search my search history. Or my watch history.
There's some YouTubers I used to watch like
Oh,
a
I
lot
know
of
the
back
name
in
of
the day. And I can't for the life of me remember what their names are and stuff. Because it's just like, I want to check in and see, like, what are they doing now? I mean, they're probably no longer around, but there's this one YouTuber that I was watching, and he got me to buy Star Sector, except back then it was
Mhm.
called Starfarer. It was really long time ago. And then I saw somebody playing Star Sector, and they were like, "Yeah, it's like blah blah blah." And I was watching. I'm like, "Wait, this looks like Starfarer." And I looked into it. I was like, "Oh,
Well, for
what the
prom-
fuck?"
Yeah, because early access games change a lot. No, this is Sunk Cost Galaxy is a series that I always recommend people watch, even if it's not finished. Just because
his way to a $170 million gaming fortune, and probably mortally wounded crowdfunding in the process. It's kind of sad, really, because half a lifetime ago, he actually kind of kicked ass. As a British teen in 1982, the year I was born.
I want to go to the part where he's talking about his, when he was a used car salesman. This might be too far.
Actually, this is the perfect time to talk about Robert's managerial style, as told by his peers. Those peers being the aforementioned Garriott and Spectre.
You know, what's funny is there was a cartoon that I'm sure Warren remembers too that included me, Warren, and Chris Roberts, and our different management styles, and the pitfalls of each of them, and the insult to they were all insulting, and the insult to Chris Roberts was game designed by decree, which really was the way Chris Robert operated. In many respects. I mean, Chris Roberts, the good part about Chris Roberts was when he'd had the vision for what a wing commander was going to be, and he came and sat down and pitched it to us all, we all went, damn, he's right, it's going to work. I mean, he could describe it in a way that you just knew he was right and it was going to work. And so everybody, we invested in it because he was right and it did work. The downside of that is that when you went to work with Chris Roberts, you did everything exactly the way he said to do it, period, or you were fired almost immediately. No second chances. I mean, he was very explicit with what he wanted, and you either did it that way or you were not part of his team.
I literally heard him say, "Make that pixel blue, not green."
And yeah, I mean, so as a place where only certain individuals could survive it. I mean, they had to be very talented, but on the other hand, they also had to be very subservient in their demeanor, if you know what I mean. I think the optimal team would be to have somebody who was as visionary as Chris Roberts really truly was, that was a little kinder and gentler.
I wish game developers still talked like this.
Yeah.
Like no holds bar. We're just gonna talk about your management style.
Yeah.
Games were commonly led by people who would kindly be called prima donnas. And they were powerful personalities who were very self-confident, who tended to drive and get things done. And their drive to get things done is why they were given the rope to go hang themselves with. But I think in the last decade, I think the industry has gotten so tired of prima donnas that they've basically been run off.
Don't tell me that doesn't sound familiar, or at the least, apropos. Meanwhile, Wing Commander 2 is from his bud, and later being tossed out of digital and bud.
Oh wait, hang on. This has got to be after the Hollywood part. Yes. Sorry, I'm spoiling it.
Of lofty ambitions. Missing its 2000 launch date, Microsoft negotiated the purchase of Digital Anvil, giving Roberts the funding he said he needed to complete his vision. By the year's end, Roberts left Digital Anvil, retaining only a creative consultant role on Freelancer, while Microsoft spent another 3 years fixing up Freelancer into a releasable game. Roberts returned to Hollywood. Okay, rewinding back to 1998. Roberts was getting his chance at Hollywood proper. 20th Century Fox gave him $30 million to make his video game movie. And if you know anything about video games and movies, it's that they didn't mesh well together in that era. However, Wing Commander is a bad movie. Exceptionally bad. World War II in space.
Alright.
Yeah.
But I think you get the idea. Check out this documentary series, Sunk Cost Galaxy. It goes into a lot of the backstory of Star Citizen and the people behind it. And I wish that it had gotten finished before the guy presumably got a legal notice to stop. Because he was an investor. So I think that they threatened him with, like, you have inside information that you're not supposed to share. And that's how they silenced him. But
yeah.
It was a good little documentary series. A little rough in the production quality, but it's 8 years old, so
Yeah.
But it's like, it's crazy because like he thought that at the time that like $170 million in crowdfunding money was a lot.
The atmosphere of
Oh, back to loud.
the Sierra Madre. I knew Chris wrote the lyrics, but I was curious about the process behind the song and its recording. Mikey Dowling and Justin Bell and Stephanie DeBrol, who sang it, she was one of our artists, were the champions for making the song what it was. Mikey did adapt some of the lyrics from elements I'd written, but he and the crew are to be thanked for the song. All three did a great job, and it wasn't
Does that
something they
speed it
had
up
to
for you?
No.
do.
No,
They just wanted to do it, so they did. We had a very supportive audio department.
Sorry.
While the
no,
base game of New Vegas
I wanted to see if like if I sped it up on my end, if it would speed it up on your end.
Oh, yeah, it does. So it stays synced.
Oh.
I didn't
okay.
notice it if you did speed it up. Did you do it through the watch together thing or the...
No, I did it through the YouTube.
So it probably reverted your change.
Okay.
This has a tremendous amount of unused content. The DLCs have very, very little in comparison. Considering the length of their development cycle, this isn't surprising, but I asked Chris if there were any ideas he regretted not making it into the DLCs. A few, but to be honest, I don't regret it because we were taking what we learned from the core game, downscope when you can if it helps the overall quality, and applying it to the DLCs, and I think it helped keep a narrower focus. So, for example, originally in a holdover from Van Buren, we played around with the idea that Elijah was tracking you and communicating with you through your Pip-Boy, but it was determined that was too complicated and an interface confusion risk, so it was scrapped. Also, the
Oh. Fucking Bethesda and their fear of phones. It's still crazy to me that Starfield, they don't use phones.
Yeah.
Or like there'll be weird scenes where they do, like there's that scene in the main quest where the eye is communicating with the people in the lodge. It's like when they get attacked. So it's the only time they do it. So like there'll be instances like that, but for the most part, like there's no way to do ground to space communication. And it's just like, why?
The original layout of Road was more open world. Ulysses would present a series of challenges that told more about the backstory of the destroyed community and the Divide. But the art team thought we could do more impressive locations if the DLC was linear, which was true, but it wasn't as Fallouty as a result. One thing that almost didn't make it into the game was a series of narrative requests for Honest Hearts. All the narrative elements I'd asked for, example, even Joshua Graham's one-off about Caesar and couriers as spies, turned out not to have been implemented a day before production was about to come to an end. But once I followed up and discovered it hadn't been done, we were able to include it, but it was a close thing.
What? That would imply that the dialogue was recorded, though.
Yeah.
So they recorded the dialogue but didn't include it, and then he had to notice?
He had to... Yeah.
Honest Hearts are very little to do with the other DLCs, so I would have felt bad if even the minor mentions, which were still important, hadn't made it in. After that, I was more...
I mean, again, it goes to show that Avalon was fucking carrying the DLC. That, like, the one he had the least to do with was Honest Hearts.
Yeah.
more careful to follow up on requests and make sure they were being tracked, rather than assuming it had been added to the schedule, which I'd prefer to simply trust folks with the task, but in this case, all the requests slipped through the cracks.
And then he had to leave the company because they probably thought he was overbearing.
Yeah, that's probably what it's like. Did they slip through the cracks, or were they just ignoring them?
Yeah, which again, we'll let the results speak for themselves.
Chris mentioned how Elijah was originally planned to track and communicate with the player through their Pip-Boy. Unfortunately,
so
it
is interesting to be like sitting here watching this and being like, oh, like even if the stars aligned and everything, like, you know, like Obsidian went on to be like great and almighty and stuff, it still would have all fallen apart because it was all starting to fall apart during New Vegas.
Oh no, absolutely. Like it was falling apart
yeah.
from the beginning.
Yeah.
Like they put the Scrappy in Scrappy Underdog. Unfortunately, that's not a good thing.
As far as I can tell, but it was at least partially written. And luckily for us, some of these lines are contained in Elijah's Bart quest. These quests trigger Elijah's dialogue as the player explores the Sierra Madre, but it appears that the quest objective tab was used as a storage location for early dialogue. The Cut Casino Pip-Boy lines are essentially the same as the lines used in the final game, except some of them contain additional exposition. The Town Pip-Boy dialogue, however, is very interesting, as many of the lines are unique and have no counterpart in the final DLC. Here are some of my favorites. Mitchell, that your name? Mitchell? No. Wait. Previous owner. Vault 21. Vegas. No matter. Not important. Probably stole this Pip-Boy from him, didn't you? Don't worry. If you're a thief is just what I need.
Okay, that's a cool line of dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
There were others like you.
Yeah, I can hear him saying that. Like.
Mm-hmm. Well, they got the cadence down. But also,
yeah,
acknowledging Doc Mitchell as the previous owner of the Pip-Boy. It's like that's something that, that's something that I would have pointed out, and so he's preempted me to that, which is usually a marker that it's well written, because if he can predict that plot point coming up.
Yeah.
Each other, even before the collars. Play your cards right, be smart, you'll live through this. Be dumb, well, your head wasn't much use to you anyway. So that's what happened to that one. Pray you don't end up like him. Greed killed him. Can kill you too. Here, Elijah's talking about Dean Domino and Vera Keys, and would have said, he knew a way into the Starlet's room. Backstage pass indeed. He even would have provided tips to the player as they made their way through the villa. If you're trying to crawl and hide, don't turn on your Pip-Boy light. That light makes it easier for others to spot you. But by far the most interesting cut line is this one. You're resourceful, had a daughter, foster daughter like you. She was willful, stubborn, but clever. She's gone now, lost to me. If I recall correctly, Elijah is only referred to as Veronica's mentor in the final game, so it's an interesting artifact of development that Veronica was planned to be his foster daughter in early drafts of the script.
I wouldn't read into it like that, given the way that it was developed.
Yeah.
I would probably look at it more like Elijah had a different perception of his relationship with her than Veronica.
Yeah.
Just because Veronica's dialogue was written for the base game and Elijah's dialogue was written for the DLC after.
DLC, yeah. Yeah.
There's more to this about his cut dialogue, but I'm going to save that for a future episode focusing specifically on the cut content of the DLCs. Cuts are made throughout the various stages of every game's development, but many of the games developed by Obsidian have a notable amount of cut content. Just between KOTOR 2 and New Vegas, there's enough unused content for an entire game at least. I think it's important to note that both of these games had short development cycles.
Source?
Source?
No. KOTOR 2 has a mod that restores a lot of the cut content. Like a pretty famous mod.
And did it make a whole nother game?
I think the recommendation I've heard is like if you should play KOTOR and then replay it with that mod. So I don't know, probably.
Relative to their scope, but I asked Chris if this was exasperated by overly ambitious planning. I'd say so. KOTOR 2 was the first game we developed at Obsidian, and it was a change to go from Black Isle, where you could draw upon resources from other divisions if you needed, to being an independent studio working on a franchise owned by someone else. In fact, this transition was difficult in many respects. To explain, our management structure got flipped. Back at Black Isle, our management heads had been the one giving requests and tasking developers, and they were used to having their way because they had the leverage of milestone payments to back up their demands. However, when the situation was flipped, management got a crash course in empathy as to what it meant to be on the receiving end of demands like that. Not that the demands were unreasonable, but all the power to resist them was gone. Obsidian was living milestone to milestone, and we often couldn't afford a delay in payment. All of this caused a lot of growing pains, not all of which I think have finally settled, as it persisted from project to project.
Oof.
The company equivalent of living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I look to the Pillars franchise as encouraging, because the less Obsidian has to deal with the publisher, I think it'll be better for them and allow their products to be more what they want to deliver.
Oh.
And timeliness isn't as much an issue if you're the only one paying for it. Although, arguably, no one wants to watch their company bank account drop to dangerous levels to keep a game going.
Oof. Let me tell you about a game called The Outer Worlds 1.
Yeah. What's weird is that Outer Worlds 1 did fine. I don't really even know why they got acquired. I think it was literally just they wanted out of being independent.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't that like Obsidian was doing badly, because as far as I'm aware, they weren't.
Well, I mean, that's probably why they sold out when they did. Like, you know, sell high, right?
Right.
It's like,
So
well, we've built ourselves up to finally be acquired.
Yeah, because Outer Worlds 1 sold 5 million copies. So it's like,
man,
we did decent. Let's quit while we're ahead.
That's a lot. That's a lot of disappointed Fallout New Vegas fans.
That's a lot of bored Fallout New Vegas fans.
I wonder what the sales figures for Outer Worlds 2 was.
All I've learned from this is that Obsidian works best when a bigger company is flaying the skin off their bodies to get them to work. Not even. Because how do you explain Avowed in Outer Worlds 2?
Yeah. No, it sounds like...
It's just it's a band that, like, had a couple good albums, but, like, just...
Yeah.
They lost the key elements that made it work. And it's like, even though, like, 10 years later, they bring back the old drummer that got kicked out of the band for fucking the guitarist's girlfriend, like, that doesn't bring back the spirit.
Yeah, the seeds of their destruction were sowed when they formed, is basically it. This was a studio that was never going to last. It was not built to last. It was built to survive, and then, yeah, they survived until they couldn't anymore.
And now they've sold out.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is the part where Todd Howard personally flew out to Josh Sawyer's house to fuck his wife.
Nice, nice.
Next, I inquired about the relationship between Obsidian and Bethesda during FNV's development. It was pretty typical of a publisher-developer relationship, really, and in some cases, they even helped us out in additional ways that they didn't need to do.
Oh no, he swapped up. I liked the format before.
Yeah, what is it and why?
Giving more money to improve the game's animations, for example. Also, I know the Metacritic score got a lot of press, but that clause in the contract was something they suggested in addition to the agreed-upon contract, not mandated.
Yeah, but they still suggested it.
The fact we missed it by 1% was more the studio's fault than anyone else's. I keep thinking if we'd cut production earlier and fix more bugs, that 1% was completely achievable, and would have helped prevent coming layoffs when Stormlands was cancelled. It was definitely one of the least hostile relationships the studio had for sure. We had disagreements at times, but not at the same level as on other projects with other publishers. However, it was telling that upper management wasn't as involved with New Vegas as other projects at the time, like they had been with Sega and then Square Enix, both of which didn't go to great places and kind of ruined future opportunities. Upper management was barely involved with the DLCs beyond mandating some exposition moments. It's the reason why the openings are sometimes dialogue heavy. It's because they were worried players wouldn't understand what was going on.
Okay, so we're blaming management for
who is
Old World Blues?
Upper management.
Blaming, quote, management, unquote. For the opening of... No, he's saying, like, the financiers.
Who's the financiers here?
It's just the money people that are interfacing with Microsoft regularly. So, like, people on the...
Obsidian?
Yeah, like, people in management.
Like...
As opposed to the... Because a game development studio has a management team in it, then it has a development management team.
Yeah.
So, like, one's in charge of payroll and the other's in charge of, like, telling the artists what to do.
Yeah, but, like, why would the business management side have, like, any input on creative direction?
Well,
that's not the wheelhouse.
Yeah, but they might...
That's like...
If they think that, like, it's of financial importance that for the purpose of player retention that you do X, then they can,
yeah, but that's fucking stupid to set up a studio like that. Because here, put it the opposite way. What if the my head programmer goes into the accountant's office and being like, oh, you really should be expensing this under this line instead, because you can say it's like, no, this is not your fucking wheelhouse. Get out. Why would you have a company set up like that? That's insanity.
It's probably just the size thing.
Probably.
Like, just because their money people's on the same floor as the developers and stuff, and they're going to the same meetings and stuff, so.
Also, there was a strange view from the New Vegas heads at Obsidian, was that Bethesda marketing dropped the ball on everything, which I'd have to disagree with. They were pretty on point with a lot of the direction and marketing approaches, and were definitely better than many other publishers upper management worked with. Next.
I don't know if I'm one to say that Pete Hines does a good job.
Were these interviews conducted before, like, Starfield and stuff?
Oh, yeah. These are like 5 years old.
Oh, okay.
I asked
So I was thinking, like, maybe he's, like, trying to line up a job at Bethesda with, like, softballing a lot of this.
No, they were great. No, this lines up with everything I've heard about the relationship. That's why I've never, like...
Yeah.
In the past couple of years, I really haven't bought into the beef. Although, it's hard with Todd Howard making the I Hate Fallout New Vegas show for me to still think that there's not some beef somewhere, because... I mean, how else do you explain Fallout Season 2?
He just was like... I wonder how much, like, creative input he even has with that show.
He's one of the producers.
I feel like... Producer, please. He might just be hanging out around set just talking to all the fucking celebrities.
I have to think, with the way that he's, like, engaged with talking about it, that he's got to have some creative involvement.
I mean, I'm sure he has, like, a little bit, but how much of it was Emil?
I feel like Emil doesn't have any creative involvement. I could be wrong, but...
his perspective towards game design. It was further reinforcement of less is more. It reaffirmed the importance of establishing clear hierarchies and entrusting people with broader responsibilities. Also, it was a clear case, even though Obsidian knew it by this point, that releasing a game unfinished does not save you any time or effort. Not only does it hurt the studio's reputation, but that time will eventually have to be paid back, and it's better to finish a game versus postponing a game's completion until after it's released.
Guys, but you weren't wrong, you were just early. If they had done that like 5 years later, nobody would have noticed. It's just that New Vegas was high profile for being one of the first games to do that.
Yeah.
We lost a lot of development hours on the DLC to fixing continuing problems with the core game, and the DLCs could have been even stronger had the first game downscoped earlier.
I don't think New Vegas has like a long-term thing though if it did downscale sooner.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm wondering here is like, what do you even mean by downscoping? Like, the game is already pretty lean as it is. What were you gonna cut?
Yeah, what do you cut?
Like, do you cut certain factions? Do you cut the fiends and everything? Like, that's kind of the part. It's all those like little things that really make Fallout New Vegas so good. I can't imagine really cutting anything from that and it being a better product.
Yeah, I think you gotta remember, his mentality is informed by, they were one Metacritic point off from getting this milestone payment. There were all these people that lost their jobs.
Yeah.
So he's probably got a lot of like, what would I have done differently to ensure that that doesn't happen?
Prevent.
And I think it's easy to say we should have had less scope to the game, even though I don't necessarily think that would have improved things.
Yeah, I mean, it probably would have made it easier for them at launch and like during the DLCs and stuff. But yeah, it's really one of those cases. Fallout New Vegas is interesting because it's a game that didn't do so hot at launch, and then like its legacy is what makes it so great.
No, it's a cult classic.
Yeah, but it's like, but if you swapped it around, all right, we're gonna cut stuff out downscope. Well, you're gonna lose that cult classic status.
Yeah, it just
Because,
becomes kind of a
like I said, I
more
can't.
mundane thing.
Yeah, like I can't imagine cutting anything from that game and it being good.
Yeah,
So it's like, all right,
high
but it
high risk,
might,
high reward versus.
yeah, but it might have gotten you a slightly better Metacritic score and maybe a few extra thousand players,
So
a
well
little bit
then,
extra
okay,
money and stuff.
would you take that? But then the DLC, like there's more DLCs and they're even better.
No, because I felt like there was already a lot of unfinished stuff in base New Vegas. Unless one of the DLCs is literally just fleshing out the stuff in base New Vegas.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, do you settle for a lesser base game, but that gives them the financial overhead to, say, have 6 DLCs instead of 4? And then
Am
they,
I saying
then they
this
can do
from the
then they can do
perspective
a
of-
Legion DLC and, you know, fill all that out. And so then once you get the Ultimate Edition that has all the DLC, it's an even fuller game.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you asking me that like my answer should be from the perspective of a player or as a like from a business perspective? Because from a business perspective, what he's saying is correct.
Well, okay, let's just assume that it works. They get that 85 on Metacritic. Because
Yeah.
a lot of New Vegas's cult reputation is after the DLC. So, like, I think the position you're making is it needs that edge that it got from being so unfinished that influenced its cult reputation. But I think that if
no. I'm saying the opposite, that the like how threadbare, like how bare bones it is, it just barely ekes out as a cult classic.
well, that's what
but-
that's what I am saying is that
Okay.
you are suggesting that by sanding down the game but making sure it's finished to get the 85, that it wouldn't have been a cult classic. I'm saying that the cult classic status comes from the Ultimate Edition where you have all of the DLC anyways.
I disagree because a lot of people's enjoyment of the game is in the base game. It's not the
in the
DLC.
base. In the base game, do you mean like arrow-wise or like? Because the way I see it is that it's only been successful after the Ultimate Edition, because then it's separated from its initial launch state. I feel like it's fair to say that most people who played New Vegas played after all of the DLC was there, and they just assumed that that was part of the game.
Maybe. I'm just talking pure content. Like if I was to do like a Fallout New Vegas playthrough, and it's just like, yeah, I'm just not going to do the DLCs. I'm not really missing out on that much.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, come on.
Nah, most of my enjoyment comes from what's in the Mojave.
Okay, sure. But I don't know. To me, the prospect of I don't know, let's pick something that just gets cut out. Like let's go with what you said. There's just no fiends in base New Vegas.
Yeah.
Right. But in exchange, they get an 85 on Metacritic and they can afford to make 2 more DLCs. We get a Legion DLC and then we get like a freebie for whatever the 6th DLC is. That's better, in my opinion. Because I do value the DLCs a lot in New Vegas.
Yeah.
But to me, like the prospect,
I
whatever
think
it takes.
it would have to be like, as you said, a Legion DLC. It has to be a DLC that focuses on a core part of the base game, of the Mojave game, that was, unfinished.
Yeah.
That's the only way that I would really say that
It's
I would
worth
agree
it.
there.
That's I
Yeah.
mean, that's where I'm coming
if-
from. I'm assuming 6 DLCs.
If they did that and then they're like, oh, we're gonna make another Honest Hearts and like Dead Money, it's just like, I don't really care.
They could make
Like,
2
I
Dead
wanted-
Monies and then it would be like the game of the century.
It's like, yeah,
But okay,
I want,
let's say that
like you said earlier, go to Denver for the Legion stuff. It's
okay,
like,
so
yeah, that would
DLC
be...
5 is they go to Denver for the Legion stuff. DLC 6 is Dead
Yep.
Money spiritual sequel, but taking everything they learned from Dead Money to make it even better.
I'll accept the compromise just because I'm getting the Legion DLC.
Yeah, I mean, that alone, I think, justifies it. And so that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying, is that he's right in the sense that I would have accepted his proposal to downscale base New Vegas if it meant that there were more DLCs.
Yeah. No, I mean, just from a business perspective, he's correct.
Yeah, I think even from an artistic perspective.
I think from an artistic perspective, you can only make the argument from hindsight. Because it's like, you don't, like, they didn't know the DLCs that they were going to be making and stuff.
Sure.
They were,
Okay, yeah, they don't know the trade-off up front, but
yeah,
at the same time,
because
securing that money is still, like, something that they would have known.
Yeah. And that's why I said, like, from a business perspective, and that's where I would make the decision. It's like, this is a good business decision, so we're going to go for it. Scope down the game. Let's try and, like, just guarantee we're going to hit that bonus.
So, Avowed and Outer Worlds 2 and Grounded 2.
Well, you know, he said they didn't really learn, so...
Yeah. And they still haven't learned. Scope down? No, let's run 3 projects at the same time. They had 2 contenders for RPG of the Year and still didn't win.
Listen, they weren't going to win anyways because of Expedition 33. No. In one of my drafts, I had that they really could have torched the competition this year if they dropped like a proper New Vegas too. Like, imagine that.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the fucking Fallout show and stuff, like, you come and you drop like serious, like, actual, it's a fantastic, you know, improves on New Vegas in just about every way and stuff.
So you mean
What you'd
actually
expect
Fallout?
and stuff. Yeah, exactly.
I'm thinking, like, I think that fucking Avowed and the Outer Worlds 2 come together like he's like fucking Ultron, and just like not Ultron, Voltron, but, like, you know, it's just like 2 halves of a broken heart. You put the amulet together, and it's like this amazing thing where it's like, yes, if those 2 games, if they had just made 1 game instead of those 2 games, they would have made one of the best RPGs of the year and probably won. But
no, I don't think so.
No, absolutely, 100%. Because you take Outer Worlds 2's character artist and you put him in Avowed, suddenly the characters aren't butt ugly, right? You take that fucking whoever optimized the engine to work, because it's the same fucking engine, but it works in Outer Worlds 2 out of the box. It doesn't work in Avowed. It's laggy as shit in Avowed. You take that, you put that in Avowed. Avowed's better. You just combine their world art teams, and you take the economy design of Avowed, you put that into the Outer Worlds 2, suddenly it has an actual progression system, as opposed to the way that it works now. If you have not played Outer Worlds 2, you have no clue how bad its progression system is. That's almost a reason to play it. Don't buy it, but at some point in your life, check out the Outer Worlds 2. It will blow your mind.
It is astounding.
It will blow your fucking mind how bad that progression system is. But I'm telling you right now, like, the pieces are all there complementary. What Avowed is bad at, the Outer Worlds 2 is good at. What the Outer Worlds 2 is good at, or what the Outer Worlds 2 is bad at, Avowed is good at.
Yeah, I don't know. I still don't think that's enough to beat Expedition 33. Expedition 33 is bringing back a fucking
it's just turn-based
RPGs.
No, it's just a JRPG, but not fucking Japanese. It's just like,
yeah, and
it's just, I'm racist against Japanese people and I don't want to play a game with anime graphics.
From what I understand from my friend who does play a lot of JRPGs and stuff, he plays a lot of this stuff. He said, like, Expedition 33 is like a return to form. Like, it's a game that hasn't existed in a while and stuff. So,
And that's probably true. But at the same time, I'm just thinking like,
and that's why.
no,
and
I
that's
think
why
the
I don't
power
think
of the
they
open
could've
world, the power of the open world RPG. I'm telling you right now, Obsidian could have done it if they didn't split their talent up like that.
I think they could have at least been a contender.
No,
People would at least be talking about the game.
it's so funny watching people talk about Avowed storytelling. They have no clue. It's not like groundbreaking or amazing or anything, but people say it's like got cringe writing, and it's like, no, it doesn't. Like, Outer Worlds 2 doesn't even have as much millennial humor as you think it does.
I feel like they toned it down.
They toned it down absolutely.
Yeah. There were actually like Golden Ridge, the second planet you go to and stuff with the whole like trench warfare and stuff. I was like, this is actually pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I wish the rest of the game was like this.
Yeah.
Like it started taking itself seriously for the first time ever, and I'm like, oh,
We need to
okay,
make.
this is kind of working. Yeah.
I think in the modern day, after Gamergate and after the anti-woke stuff, I feel like we need to make an add-on that integrates into your Steam profile and tells us if you've actually played the games that you're talking about. I feel like with AI, we could make it happen. Now, not you
absolutely.
specifically, but I feel like most of the people I talk to about Avowed have never played it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have read your takes on Avowed on Twitter. I know that not you specifically, but other people who have Avowed takes.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't remember saying anything about Vowed.
No. Because you barely played it.
Yeah, I just I forget why I was even playing
I can
it.
fucking see
just
the
wanted to
vision. I'm
test
telling you
something.
right now. You combine those two games together, you get a really good open world RPG. Probably.
I gotta play Avowed now. That's what I'm hearing.
That's what I tried to tell you, but you were like, "No, it's woke and bad."
Now that is slander. You're gonna cause permanent, irreparable damage to my reputation.
What? No, it's good rep to say Avowed is bad and woke. Because it's not. It's what are the Avowed fans gonna get upset? All 12 of us?
Yeah, I don't want to play it. I want to play games that I'm actually really gonna enjoy. I don't want to play Avowed, which is just like what could have been.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Better. It's better than Outer Worlds 2. I'll say that.
I mean, fucking Starfield's better than Outer Worlds 2.
Well, all the same.
I was honestly expecting you to fight me on that.
That Starfield is better than Outer Worlds. No, I agree with that. Because I've been Zarek pilled into thinking that Starfield is decent at being a dungeon crawler.
Dungeon crawler, yeah.
Like, if you ignore all of the narrative content, I need to make a mod that just cuts it out.
Dude, I'm already there. I was already investigating this, if it's possible.
Well, it's just alternate start
I
mod
think it is possible, but
and make Jemison, like, impossible to visit.
yeah. I mean, you can just fucking...
No, because there's generic settlements.
There is an alternate start mod where you can start in other settlements, like Sidonia or something.
Right, yeah. Well,
and then just never go to Jemison.
But what I do is in New Game Plus, I just land on Crete and, like, find a ship to steal. And that's honestly really fun, just running around looking for a ship to land and steal.
Yeah. I love the idea of, like, some dude lands to go take a piss and you just get in his fucking ship, take off.
Tainted Grail is shit. I'm tired of people literally lying to me the game is unfinished. You know what frustrates me about Tainted Grail? Everything that you could criticize Avowed for is pretty much true about that game, too. But Tainted Grail is magically good, and you want to know why? It's because people only dislike Avowed for political reasons.
Yeah.
Tainted Grail is the same fucking quality as Avowed.
I mean,
It's a bit more of a harder, like, numbers crunching RPG, but yeah.
the reason I refunded Avowed was because it just wasn't worth the $70
absolutely.
that I paid for it.
Absolutely. Avowed's like a at most a $20 game.
I feel justified then because it was $30 recently. I was like,
Nope,
not there
still
yet.
not there. I'm sorry, Obsidian, your fucking market proposition is low. I feel $20 would be generous for
Dude.
Outer Worlds 2. I feel Outer Worlds 2 is like $5.
Fucking dude, when you have like Enshrouded for like $25, I think it is. Hey, come on. You guys I don't expect you guys to go that low. I understand you're AAA, but $70? That ain't happening.
But what's woke and Avowed? You have one gay companion and 3 straight ones. One is even happily married. No, that's the funny part is if you play Avowed, I promise you, you will be confused about what people were mad about. Because there were people who were like, yeah, the story
it was just manufactured on Twitter. So
yeah, no, like there were people who were like, yeah, the storytelling is full of woke storylines. There's a quest where you are punished for not getting like abortion pills for a brothel, and it's like, yeah, that's one of the ways that quest can play out. I feel like if you did have to pick between Tainted Grail and Avowed, if you're more of a harder RPG fan, I would tell you Tainted Grail. If you're a softer RPG fan who likes more of a perk system, then you go with Avowed. Because that's the most annoying part of Avowed is that, like, it's got that perk-based progression system. It's got attributes, but, like, with scaling stats,
okay,
but, like, but it doesn't...
better than...
But here's the
better
thing.
than
No, here's the thing. It's a trade-off. You get attributes, but no skills. And then in Outer Worlds 2, you get skills, but no attributes.
What?
Gamers are not prepared to handle attributes and skills at the same time. That's what Skyrim has proven.
Oh, that's going in the script.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You combine these two games, and one has attributes, one has skills. You combine them together, it's a real game.
What the fuck? What the fuck? No, I was literally writing today. Where was it? Where was? Okay. Actually, where's the... I was literally saying how it's like they do this either or sort of thing, and they like chose like the greatest evil to cut was attributes, and it's like, what? Why? But now we have Avowed where it's like, no, attributes stayed, the skills went instead, and it's like, what? Who's making these decisions?
Listen, gamers. Todd Howard has proven with Starfield that gamers are not prepared for a harder number crunching RPG. You're not you cannot handle attributes and skills at the same time. Like look at Rebellion, it's already dead. Nobody's playing Rebellion anymore. Gamers weren't ready. Look at the Steam charts for Rebellion right now. We need to keep going with this video, but Tainted Grail does have a better fantasy style just because it's more out there. Everything that's wrong with Tainted Grail isn't like, okay, Avowed is bad because Obsidian sucks. Tainted Grail is bad because it has less resources to be good. If you gave Tainted Grail Avowed's budget, Tainted Grail would be a great game. That's why I'm kind of partial to Tainted Grail as a game because, you know, it's more of a AA game.
Well,
During his
you know
career-
what? They're getting the money now, so Tainted Grail 2.
Yeah, they did get a DLC. You guys are just like on rotation of the same few models. I have other models.
Chris has written some of my absolute favorite rivals in gaming, like Elijah, Ulysses, the Legate, the Think Tank, Kreia and KOTOR 2, and more. And each of them subverts
I'm
the
gonna have a
villain tropes
seizure.
typically seen in most media. I asked Chris about his process for writing such consistently engaging rivals. Aw. You said rivals. I'm seriously touched. That's great, and I appreciate it. For me, villains are best when they're just allies you haven't outdebated/outmaneuvered yet. So, you've captured the first point in your question. Making a rival can often be more interesting than a straight-up antagonist or villain. The next thing to consider is how the rival/antagonist/foil provides a perspective on the theme of the game, if there is one, including game mechanics. Ulysses focuses.
I am really hoping that Ardenfall is good.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to
I
get
agree.
too hyped for it so that there's no, like, expectation issue.
Yeah. Yep.
But it's like, I am optimistic. I think Ardenfall stands a decent
Oh, I
chance
did
of being
play-
good.
I did play the demo, so...
Yeah. That helps. It stands a decent chance of being good because I think it looks cool and it's fun to
Yeah.
play.
Yeah.
Your most cursed model. Here we go. And then Wayward Realms is just that game has a bit of a mess in terms of its development. We'll just say that. Did you know they switched? I think they
I knew it was
swapped
going to
off.
be one of the Argonian
They
ones.
swapped off of Unreal Engine.
Wait, really?
I think so.
That's concerning. That they're doing an engine swap. That's never really a good sign.
Yeah, they swapped to Wicked Engine.
Wicked Engine. Well, hopefully it has better luck than something Wicked Games.
Mm-hmm. Wicked Engine is a small, fast, experimental 3D engine with modern graphics. Listen, if it works, it works. It's the same language as Unreal, so...
What, C#?
Yeah. The thing is, like, I can't fault anybody for abandoning Unreal. I know that you're kind of a simp for it, but to me, it's just like, it's too heavy of an engine.
It is heavy, yeah. But the workflow is so good.
I feel like if you're a professional game developer, you know, you should be able to work with an engine outside of Unreal. What? What's wrong with the smile? What's wrong with the smile, chat?
Just that dead inside look. I think I've seen this character in Starfield.
This is on faction politics. Korea focuses on questioning
Yeah, I've played Tainted Grail.
the Force and predestination, etc., etc. Also, it's good if the opponent has a philosophy, because in my mind, it's one thing to beat a villain in combat through sheer force, but if you can out-debate him or show proof of why their philosophy is flawed, like the Master in Fallout 1, I think that's a much better and more satisfying victory than simply pounding someone into the dirt or filling them full of bullet holes.
Yeah, I like to completely and utterly eviscerate my opponent mentally
With facts and logic.
before I kill them.
Well, I think that's why Linnaeus works, because his philosophy is violence. Or at least the force of violence.
Yeah.
And so, you don't have to beat him in a hard fight, but he does have to be convinced through, like... Because he is just kind of a brute.
Yeah. But also, like, yeah. I like mind-fucking my opponents before I kill them.
Would Linnaeus be better if instead of speech 100, it had to be a weapon skill 100? Well, the problem with that is that everybody would qualify for it, but...
Yeah.
Everybody qualifies for speech 100 anyways.
Why can't we have, like, weapon 100 in... Or, like, you have to have, like, strength or endurance maxed out.
Well, I think it's got to be you demonstrate skill, not just attribute.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
I'm sorry. We could do both.
Well,
Be like nested.
my
Like
thought
the Outer
is
Worlds.
with Outer Worlds 1, the weapon skills were like some of the rarest speech checks in the game, and they were like honestly some of the hardest, even though they weren't relatively high.
Mhm.
So in my minds, I think it would be cool to have like kind of an esoteric rare weapon skill check.
Yeah.
There's other points to villain construction, but the last thing to consider with building a game antagonist is the more their actions are focused on the player versus some nebulous outside goal, the better. The player should fit into the villain's worldview and be someone they regard as a threat or a challenge as well. They don't have to start out believing that way.
The Shepherd. You know what sucks? Commander Shepard is like one of the best RPG protagonists. That shouldn't be true. The issue is that the fucking industry has failed, not that like he's particularly good.
Yeah. Shepard should have been like a jumping off point for that intersection between the player and like a character with agency. I mean, I guess you could say Geralt is another.
Yeah, they're both that archetype of giving you a binary to lean in between of defining, you know, do you want to play as Geralt or do you want to play as The Witcher? Do you want to play as Renegade Shepherd or do you want to play as Paragon Shepherd?
Yeah.
And then it's like, that shouldn't have been the peak.
Listen, Greedfall 2 came out, okay? I think it has like 700 reviews on Steam.
I don't know what did happen to Spiders? Like, I felt like they had a lot of momentum.
They had momentum, but the problem was that Greedfall 1 just wasn't that good. And they just didn't have any good follow-ups. Like, everyone was like, oh, cool, Greedfall looks really cool. And then they played it and like, oh shit, it's kind of dog shit. Oh my god. So I said, what did I say? 700 reviews?
Yeah.
It's 500.
Oh. Jeez.
I lowballed it and I still was wrong. Holy crap. Are they still... There's no way.
What's a good indie game on my list to check? Oh, that was not... Noida has 85,000 reviews.
Yeah. Well, they aren't was on Wikipedia, so...
Factorio has 112,000 reviews.
Yeah.
Let's see, Dune Awakening. Even Dune Awakening is 42,000 reviews, and that game's dead.
Yeah. No, there's a game that I've been...
Shapes 2. Shapes 2 is still like 7,000 reviews. What the fuck? Do I have a game on my list is that unpopular?
Probably not.
Here we go. Crime Scene Cleaner. I actually enjoyed Crime Scene Cleaner. 12,000 reviews.
No, because here's the thing, and this there's a game that I've been playing on Steam. I'm actually gonna link it. I'm gonna link it in chat because I recommend people check it out if they are interested in these sorts of like factory games. It's early access still, but I got this game on a hunch when it first came out, and I think it had like 90 reviews, and yeah, now it's at like over 1,000 reviews. I've just been watching this game just steadily climb up, and yeah, overwhelmingly positive, even though the game is like super early access still.
Yeah, that's the one
and
that's like because satisfactory with good combat.
No, that's Star Rupture. That's another good one, but that one just came out. No, this is Mind Mogul.
Okay.
The one, it's like it's basically like a Factorio but with physics instead.
Okay.
And it's so good.
Have you ever played Factorio with the mod where it removes the grid? so you can free place everything.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
That's really challenging.
I'm hoping for
But,
Viscera cleanup detail too, because I played Goblin cleanup and I was not impressed with it.
But yeah, this game is kind of giving me hope that the meritocracy on Steam is still alive and well. Because it's just like, you compare this game to a bunch of other games and stuff that had no, like no profile whatsoever. Because this game had no profile. Nobody was following it. I only discovered it on accident. And it's still building up, like, Steam here. And,
well, okay, so the thing with Goblin Cleanup is that, like, the only thing that it has going for it is the goblins. That you play like a sexy goblin maid. Like, that's it. In terms of, like, a cleanup simulator, it sucks. I loved Viscera. Viscera Cleanup Viscera Cleanup Detail is an awesome game.
I'm surprised they don't have a sequel to it. Really?
Apparently they're working on one, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because it was it was Unreal Engine 4. And it was a physics-driven kind of cleanup game.
17,000 reviews, 92%.
On Viscera?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
But, like, that's pretty good for a game like this.
Yeah, and so it's always been disappointing because there's kind of just a lack of content for Viscera Cleanup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this game's kind of like reigniting my hope of my faith in the meritocracy on Steam, because it's like I'll go through a lot of games and it's just like, wow, this game has like barely any reviews, barely any, and I look at it and stuff. It's like, well, yeah, that's why. Like there's always something glaring just on the store page itself where I'm like, well, yeah, that's why it's not selling. And then I see games where it's just like, it's kind of like Mind Mogul. It's like you're looking at it, it's just like, this looks interesting, okay, and then you play it and it's just like, oh shit, this is really good. And then other people are also being like in the exact same boat of like, it looks okay, I guess I'll take a chance on it. I think a big part of it too is the 2-hour refund window on Steam, because there's a lot of games that I'll boot up and it's just like, if I have if I quit out of it before 2 hours, I just refund it.
Check out this workshop mod for Viscera Cleanup Detail.
What the fuck? What? That's awesome.
I will link it in the stream chat. But yeah, so
that is awesome.
That was actually a cut bit from my Skyrim video was playing on this map.
Props to that. Props to the person who made that. That's great.
How did we... okay, so we talked about Greedfall, and then that tangented us into talking about indie games. But
yeah.
This is a conversation about antagonists.
It can happen, but it makes the player feel more a part of the world, and more an important part of the world, if the rival/villain/antagonist sees them as a threat or key to their goals/worldview. It's why Ulysses focuses on the player as a courier and as a rival courier. It's why Kreia hunts the exile. It's why the think tank is obsessed with your brain, etc.
I think, okay. The counterpoint to that is that it happens way too often in New Vegas.
Yes.
And it contributes to that element of, like, Courier 6 being this godhead character.
Yeah.
I think that narrative structure worked in KOTOR because of the nature of the Force. But I think it only should have been done once in New Vegas.
In New Vegas, yeah, I agree. I like when a fucking antagonist is just like, who are you? I don't even give a fuck about you.
Yeah, and that helps. To me, that helps with like the reputation aspect.
Like you kind of have to, because like Lonesome Road, like Ulysses, he comes across as like just like a neurotic fanboy or something.
Well, I mean, like he is 3Dog.
Off on
fully
Twitter.
Realized.
Yeah. I used to think you were a hero, but it turns out you're just a sinner like all the rest of us. But seriously, like that's kind of how he comes across, and it's just I don't know. I kind of prefer a antagonist. It depends, It's not it's not a
different
one size
different
fits
things
all.
works. Yeah,
Yeah, but
that's my only
there is
complaint
something to
is
be
that
said
New Vegas
about-
does it too much.
Yeah, there is something to be said about like an antagonist that's just like, I don't know who you are and you're completely irrelevant to me, and then you have to basically fuck up their plans. You have to be like, all right, now you got my attention. Who are you?
Every Fallout game has had differing themes, tone, and even gameplay mechanics, ranging from isometric turn-based strategy to first-person action RPG. Fallout was even designed as a spiritual successor to the 1988 PC game Wasteland, due to Interplay not having the rights to make Wasteland 2. Fans have been drawn to the series for a plethora of reasons, while various developers have...
Is this how this game looks? Because this looks... I feel like this is too early, but at the same time, this looks like upscaled.
It does look upscaled, yeah. Maybe it's also cum. When you see it, you
No,
will know.
I saw it immediately. As soon as you said
it. GOG re-release.
had conflicting perspectives as to how Fallout should appear.
It's just the font is very smeared. Everything looks a little off.
Yeah, I agree.
Here.
Yeah, I was
someone
going to say it's like either has to be like a remaster or like something with a emulator.
Responsible for many of the series' best moments, I asked Chris what he believed are the essential components that makes a Fallout game Fallout.
Oh, scum.
It's scum.
Got it.
Oh my god. There's somebody else on Earth that remembers scum?
You could have asked me. I've always known about scum.
You've always known
And
about...
I always
How
check
the
it.
fuck is
I
this
always check
game
in on it.
92 gigabytes?
I think it's built on Unreal 4.
Oh man, this is a game that I might need to like...
do a stream of.
I might need to revisit this because I was very early into Scum.
Yeah, it was very interesting very early. There were a lot of streamers who played it for about 2 days.
Well, yeah, because it was in that archetype of like just straight to Twitch garbage.
Yeah. That's why it's like I'm so surprised that it's still around, and actually it did very well, it seems. You know, like 94,000 reviews, 74% mostly positive, like
It's annoying that I have to fix chat so much. I might need to do some type of workflow thing to, new way to do chat. But yeah, sorry, my mind is blown that there's somebody else on Earth. That has
it's
Scum
on his-
installed.
Not only that, it's on his desktop.
It's on his, like, Windows 7 emulated desktop? Like, surely this isn't his actual desktop, right?
I don't know. Oh, he has Fallout New Vegas there. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just like
I think it's a
like a
virtual
skin.
machine.
Oh, it might be a virtual machine. But why? Why would you have all those games installed on a virtual machine?
Just so that you could image it. Like if you're a content creator, you have like a lot of workflow and stuff.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Especially if you play a lot of old games.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe this really is his desktop. Maybe he's just a huge Scum fan.
It could also be like just like a skin for like Windows 11 or something like that.
Well, this is 5 years ago, so Windows 7 is not like out of the question of still being used.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Scum. That is funny.
You were kind, but I don't feel I made many of the moments people appreciate, but thank you anyway. So here's what I think makes a Fallout game a Fallout game. Archetypes and quest solutions.
Here we go.
Combat boy,
Here we
stealth
go,
boy, speech
guys.
boy. Each
Here
of
we
these
go.
archetypes can solve a quest, and ideally solve the game in completely different ways, clearly different from the other.
No, Wrong. Loud incorrect buzzer.
Wait, what is Speech Boy?
Well, the idea, these are the 3 archetypes. You can complete a quest through combat, through stealth, and through speech.
Okay. Oh, okay, okay.
It's
I
like,
was thinking fucking Vault Boy. I was like, what?
what a much more sophisticated answer than I think a lot of Fallout developers would give.
Ghouls. Super mutants. Brotherhood of Steel.
No.
This is what makes Fallout.
There's the 1950s
In a
vision.
dark, gritty world with twisted humor.
The idea that the technology and the feel of the world and tech is what
Hey, look, it's Nate Higgers.
people in the 1950s imagined the future to be like, I think has always been the visual cue that sets the world apart. The Vault Boy is now an icon many people recognize, and with good reason. You can roleplay, you can be evil, and it matters. You can be good, and it matters. The factions you join and the reputations you create matter. The consequences are in the game, and they're part of the core narrative design. Not all RPGs have this level of commitment to these ideals, but Fallout does a great job because that was the vision from the outset.
Let me tell you about this game called The Outer Worlds 2. Why does it feel like my first playthrough that was try and save everybody, be as nice and just be as good of a person as possible, is playing almost the same as my kill everyone run?
You're not killing enough people.
I'm literally killing every single person I come across except my companions.
Well, see, that's your issue.
You're deleting the content. The difference is going to be in the nuance. No, because see, what inspired this run is that I was doing another run where I wasn't just like killing everybody. I was just kind of making like slightly different choices and like just trying to be a little bit meaner. And it was playing so similar that I was just like, okay, surely the genocide run will be the one. And no, it's the same thing.
The illusion. You've broken the illusion for yourself,
Yeah.
and then you're blaming.
What's
other
funny
people.
is like the illusion was broken on my first playthrough.
No,
'Cause
there
I
is
knew
no
this
illusion.
how it was. Yeah, there really is no.
If you
illusion.
play RPGs, it's obvious.
Yeah.
This is a minor point, and while not necessarily key to the franchise, I always felt the way interactions and dialogues with NPCs were done, so your attributes, skills, faction allegiance, and karma could create new dialogue options or close off others was brilliant. The first time I experienced that
Man, you just listed a whole bunch of systems that don't even exist in the Outer Worlds 2.
design mechanic in Fallout 1, it completely changed how I viewed RPG dialogue interactions, and it made Planescape Torment's dialogues even better for it once I'd finished my work on Fallout 2, and then immediately went to working on finishing Torment. Next, I ask what it's like to have been such an integral part of a game series that's so revered and has maintained such a large, devout fan base. It's very gratifying. I still kick myself to this day about not taking the opportunity to work on Fallout 1 when Tim Kaine asked, but being able to work on Fallout 2, Van Buren, even if it didn't get released, and New Vegas was wonderful. Fallout's a great franchise, and I enjoy designing for it very much.
Hey, you didn't say the smiley
Say the
face.
smiley face.
Next,
Oh.
I inquired what projects he was currently working on. A few.
I'm sorry. I was confused why the background material of Cumtown clip number
Breach.
3649 was currently on screen.
Into the Breach. That's yeah.
Pathfinder Kingmaker is about to be launched September 25th. I finished Into the Breach from the makers of FTL earlier this year, and I'm currently working with Techland on Dying Light 2, and also with Ken Levine and Ghost Story on an unannounced project that I'm very excited about.
All right, can we follow up on that one?
Judas? Is that
Who the hell is Ghost Story?
that's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Ghost Story Games, Take-Two Interactive.
Oh, okay, yeah. It is Ken Levine's studio that's doing Judas.
From the creator of BioShock.
So Chris Avalone worked on that as well. Guy gets around.
What the fuck is Judas?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I take it nobody knows.
You'll figure it out when the game's out, all right?
Hmm.
One of those games, you just gotta experience it. And probably be high at the same time.
There's a few other projects as well, but nothing I can go into at this time, unfortunately. But I can't wait until they're announced. I think RPG fans will be very, very happy at the news.
He worked on Ardenfall? Shame they threw out a lot of his work on Dying Light 2. But is that confirmed, or are you just assuming that because the game was bad, so... I don't even know if it was bad.
Chris is now working with the ex-Disco Elysium founders on their new game. Interesting.
Which ones? There's like 5 different studios that could apply to. My favorite one said, we need to tear down the institution of the games industry that's holding back artists. We need to take down Steam. It's like, I think you should be more mad at the publisher that took away Disco Elysium. But, you know, you want to be mad. You want to be mad at Steam for taking 30% or 70% or whatever.
At first I was like, oh yeah, these guys sound great, and then you know,
I'd be interested to know the proof though, because if a game came out that was shit, I would also say that they scrapped all of my stuff. So you never know with these things.
Nearing the end of our interview, Chris provided addendums on 2 quotes from my talk with J.R. Vosvik. Back in episode 6, I asked J.R. Vosvik about New Vegas' crunch, and he replied with this quote. As for crunch, I don't remember it being too terrible, and I had definitely been on far worse at other companies. Obsidian was cool about staff
See, this looks better. I mean, it still looks like shit, but I can understand why you would think this would look good with the weather system. Interestingly enough, this looks more like Nevada.
dedicating what time, but nothing mandatory. It was after
There's
F&V that I
actually
decided I would,
trees,
and just make the time spent.
Ardenfell.
I wish you had the quote on screen.
Dedicating what time they could, but nothing mandatory. It was after F&V that I decided I wouldn't crunch on games anymore, and just make the time spent as productive as possible. Chris expanded on this, saying,
Your games after weren't as good. You see, crunch is what's mandatory. Making good games.
Crunch is just kind of a byproduct of the creatives, because you know what crunch is, at least when you're self-directing it, it's just called flow. Like, you just get into a moment, you just get into it, especially like near the end of the project where everything's actually starting to fall into place, and it's like, all I want to do is work on this fucking thing. Like, yeah, mandatory crunch is not a good thing
and counterproductive.
Yeah, but when it's just like, you know, people are coming in on their time because they want to finish the stuff that they're working on and everything, I think that's fine, if not kind of normal. But that could still technically be considered crunch, because it's like, well, you know, they're coming in and they're working like 60 hours that week. It's just like, you know, I've been there where it's, you know, I'm finishing up a video and it's just like, yeah, I'm getting like 4 hours of sleep a night. But that's my choice.
Disco Elysium devs shouted out international Marxism in one of their awards speeches. Yoicks. I don't know how that catches you off guard that the developers of Disco Elysium are slightly into Marxism.
Why do you think
wonder,
I
has anybody
played Disco Elysium?
Has anybody probed their take on Venezuela yet?
We've dissolved our studio out of protest.
Everybody don't show up to work tomorrow.
Poor management, and before one decides to target the publisher, I will say it is not something a publisher is necessarily to blame for. Sometimes a game like New Vegas has many more features and content than it needs for all the wrong reasons. I think there may have been 1 or 2 times when a publisher asked us to put in a weekend during New Vegas. All the long hours largely came from internal request.
I mean,
Why would the publisher be asking you?
well, okay, because the traditional assumption with the crunch controversy is the owner of the company is mandating the crunch. Typically, the relationship is that the publisher owns the development studio, and that's why that flows that way. Whereas this is obviously a situation where Bethesda didn't own Obsidian, so...
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like they don't really have...
But that's where that
any sort of-
confusion comes from, because typically it was like Blizzard
Yeah.
is mandating, or EA is mandating that BioWare crunches, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is why a lot of studios would prefer to be independent, is to avoid that.
Not all of the devs that worked on Disco Elysium praised Marks. No, but enough of them did, so... I feel like at some point, if you work in that office, you know? I'm just saying.
You saw the thing that I sent you earlier today, right?
Which one?
With the UAE.
Oh, yeah. Listen, we don't talk about the United Kingdom.
As for more features and content, sometimes you should take a step back and ask if something really needs to be in the game if you could get a month or 2 back to fix bugs. And also not get any bugs related to the content you're...
Okay, he's falling way behind the text.
Yeah.
I'm trying to read it, but... Come on, just a few more keyframes here. Line it up.
And ask if something really needs to be in the game if you could get a month or 2 back to fix bugs. And also not get any bugs related to the content you're cutting as well.
I'm sorry, it's throwing me off. I cannot stop myself from reading it, and I'm getting really confused when it doesn't line up with what he's saying.
It just...
So I'm just gonna try to
Really needs
listen.
be in the game if you could get a month
Yeah,
or
I'm
2
not
back
looking
to
at my
fix
screen
bugs.
right now.
And also not get any bugs related to the content you're cutting as well. For example, if someone told me I could have gotten more programming resources for narrative scripting if the ammo bench and caravan had been flushed down the shitter in favor of making the overall game experience better, I would have said, are we still talking about this? Yes.
Okay. Oh, that was actually really hard. So this is the point someone brought up about the ammo crafting bench and what was the other example?
Caravan.
Caravan. Okay, so I mean, like, this gets into the conversation we had earlier. I think that both of those things are important for New Vegas as a game.
Yeah, they're not really features that I interacted with, but I do think... I don't know. I would have been fine with them cutting it, but...
I feel like being
so
your... Sorry, this is completely off topic. Go on.
I was gonna say, what's interesting is like now we're kind of arguing, we're on opposite ends of the argument. Like we swapped positions. You're like, well, here's something that can't. Here's another example of things that can't be cut. And I'm like, well, actually, maybe they did have some stuff that they could have cut.
But see, I'm thinking like, I think the issue is that you're a narrative person and I'm a mechanics person. Because I do engage with New Vegas much more mechanically. And so it's like, you know, Caravan has a place in the way that I play. I use the ammo crafting bench, especially if you use energy weapons.
I just never find myself using the ammo crafting because it's just like, well, I have all these caps. What the fuck else am I going to spend this money on? Just buy ammo.
Yeah, you gotta play energy weapons sometime.
I have done an energy weapon playthrough.
Yeah, early on you pretty much have to use the ammo crafting bench for recycling. Because you just don't have that much access to it in the early game.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. No, you're right. And then can't you also make like the upgraded energy weapon ammo types and stuff like that too? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yep, that was the only time I've ever used that fucking crafting bench. Was energy weapons. Okay, I see your point. I concede.
Yeah, and it could. It's sad because it could be the same way for firearm
If
ammo.
ballistics. Yeah,
If
but it's just
it's too
the ammo
plentiful.
is so much more ubiquitous. So it's like, yeah, when you need like to be topped up, it's just like, all right, I'm gonna go to the gun runners real fast, drop like 500 caps, get me some like armor piercing 5.56,
Mhm.
call it a day, and I'll be good for like the next 10 hours.
Yeah, and to me, it's like, was Caravan? I don't know. Maybe it's a lack of experience, but Caravan probably because it's so different. But like the ammo crafting bench, was that really like a huge?
Yeah,
I assume this is
like
just examples he's coming up with off the top of his head.
Yeah. I get where you're going though, where it's just like, how much time would you guys really gotten if you just cut those?
Well, Caravan fits into the same framework as all the table games in New Vegas, and you cannot have New Vegas without the table games.
No.
So
no, that's dude, fucking blackjack. That's any playthrough I do, I'm getting banned from all the casinos.
Yeah.
It's just it's not even because like the meta game of like, oh, I want to make the. It's like, no, I actually genuinely just like playing the fucking blackjack game.
No, Caravan, I don't remember all the rules of Caravan, but I picked them up really fast. It's the same way that I play like Magic the Gathering, where it's like, it's not a card game in the sense of like the cards do the consistent things every time that you just memorize through rote memorization. But it is a thing where like you pick it back up and it's like, oh yeah, you use queens to do this effect, you use kings to do this effect.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to get the cards within this specific range.
So why didn't Caravan ever get a dedicated game like Gwent did?
Because there's just not a lot of depth to it, and there's a pseudo trading card aspect to it that makes it inconsistent.
Oh.
That's kind of why I kind of like Caravan as a concept, because it's a pseudo trading card game.
Next Fallout New Vegas playthrough, I do nothing but play Caravan.
You have like 90 minutes of content.
Caravan had been flushed down the shitter in favor of making the overall game experience better, I would have said, are we still talking about this? Yes. Finally, Chris replied to one of JR's memories from New Vegas' development, which I'll quickly recount here for reference.
Is that modded?
Yes.
That weapon?
Oh, that weapon? No.
I mean, like, the texture.
Yes. All of the textures are, like, upscaled.
It just, oof.
But this whole image is rough. Again, I'm really not a fan of the way that some modders, like, they're putting Starfield to shame. with the way that they're using just the color space.
Yeah.
It's like darkness is a thing. Use it.
No, but if there's darkness and you can't see all my high-res textures.
What's interesting
do you know how many times I crash from running out of video memory?
What's interesting is, hang on. Memories of the Mojave Avalon. I'm gonna pull up a picture from the first video. You remember that little, like, intro stinger he did?
Mm-hmm. Was there actually darkness in
Yes. It did have the cursed, like, face models, but, like... I'll put up a screenshot of... Like, this looks way better.
Like, I'll be honest. I don't think... Oh, yeah, that's us. I don't think I've seen any, like, modded Bethesda engine game that looked good. Like if somebody took, and the reason is because if I can tell it's been modded, it's already probably a step too far.
Right. I like really like low-key tasteful stuff.
Yeah.
I usually don't go crazy with like model updates or like texture overhauls or what have you. It's mainly
Yeah,
lighting I target.
lighting. Yep. It's like for Skyrim, I would say like the best thing is just like, one of the weather overhauls or something like that, and then like something for like better interior lighting. And that's gonna do like
And more
that's gonna
blood.
get it like
And
that's gonna get it like 80% of the way there.
And then because I do magic a lot, updated decals
Particles.
for spell effects. So when you shoot a wall with lightning, it has a better decal that it puts on the wall.
Yeah.
There's lots of like little tiny things that you can do to Skyrim to make it look good. You don't need like it's when you get to like 200 graphics mods.
You don't need an EN.
Yeah.
You don't need an ENB that's like driving, more shaders than a fucking Unreal 5 game.
I don't know if I've ever seen
too
anything
much.
that made Morrowind look better. Everything that like tries
I
to
don't think
pitch like this will make Morrowind look good, it doesn't.
I don't think Morrowind needs it.
Morrowind is very stylized. And so
Yeah,
anything
like,
that
that's the
doesn't
thing.
complement the natural style of that game just doesn't work.
Yeah.
I think that Morrowind
Like
Morrowind overhaul mods work better if they put more items into a scene. Like more foliage, for example.
Yeah.
That looks
Yeah,
better.
yeah.
But like high-res models and textures, just it doesn't look
Nah.
good.
Nah.
MGE? If MGE is what I'm thinking of, I don't think it looks good. I remember I installed one time and it was a pain in the ass to not look good. It was like 90 minutes to install, and then like the end product just didn't look very good. So I just completely uninstalled it, played vanilla Morrowind again.
Yeah.
I was actually running a first-time player through early WoW the other night, and they remarked that WoW really holds up. That's all that art style.
Yeah, it really does.
The best part of the expansion is when they complement the natural art style of the game for the new zones.
Mm-hmm.
And then like everything that looks bad about the new content, even then, like new content, world design tends to be what holds up the most. But yeah, I'm excited for TBC just because of the aesthetics.
Yeah, getting to see. Yeah, Outlands are like, in my opinion, peak World of Warcraft.
Yeah, like Eversong Forest and Ghostlands rocks, Azure Mist Isle and Blood Mist Isle rocks, and then you go through the Dark Portal and just Hellfire Peninsula is crazy, and then you get to Zangarmarsh and it's like, what the fuck? Just like every part of Outland is really cool.
Yeah.
And it's because it's nearing the end of the era when WoW was that like grittier art style.
Yeah.
Of like trying to be cool. I want to say like honestly Wrath was probably the last time. There's still some holdovers in Cataclysm, but like Mists of Pandaria is not a surprise. I'll just say that. If you were paying attention.
I was not paying attention, so.
And so it catches people off guard. Yeah.
I'm like, wait, Wrath? And now what? Kung Fu Panda?
I know, so many people make that observation, and there's lore people who are desperate, like, please just take the expansion seriously. And it's like, but the expansion made it hard to.
I was sharing an office with Eric Fenstermaker. After a week or two of writing, he checked in some dialogue and was super happy with it, and he had written several hundred lines. At that point, I'd only written about a dozen placeholders. A bit later, he starts swearing and sort of fake sad, crying, laughing, and is looking defeated. Being the glowing tower of empathy that I am, I told him to shut the F up, but also inquired why he was now a broken shell of a man. He told me he checked in a couple hundred lines for a character, and then checked Chris Avalon's character for comparison. Over 10,000 lines, legend status confirmed. So that experience really opened my eyes to the metrics required to reach exalted levels of awesome. Here I was with 10 to 20 lines, Finster, who was one of our best with hundreds, then Chris, amazing. It was long after that I read a great book called War of Art. Check it out. To summarize, work a 10 to 6 day every day and put in the work. It will come.
I'm just...
Uh,
I'm having a hard time keeping track of the story because of the gameplay, but also...
yeah.
I've had a hard time keeping track of the story.
Yeah. Where did that... We need to just play it over again, I think.
I'm just going to move on, honestly. I don't really think there's a lot of insight in that story anyways.
No, it was just a good...
Chris expanded on
a good way to tangent.
this as well, saying, so shipping away
Okay, it was somebody else's story.
the task is definitely something to
Oh,
do.
okay.
Sometimes just focusing on a small part
You see, if you were just watching the video, you would have understood. You would have paid attention.
Mm-hmm.
You hadn't gone on the WoW tangent. Did you see the plug?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
each day, taking pride in getting that done is a plus. For example, I might decide, hey,
You see, what bugs me about this is that the plug doesn't jostle around. So
Yeah,
you've,
dude,
you've gone
oh my
to
God.
you've gone to the effort of drawing attention to it, but now like obviously
Now,
it would be like tussling around as you move.
yeah.
Now,
No,
of course,
we super glued it to the shaft.
New Vegas, as it is not going to have support for a weapon that's sophisticated.
Yeah.
But
So then, why make the design like this?
yeah, because it looks good in a screenshot on a Steam page.
today I'll write all of Ulysses' voice set, or his opening intro, or set up his audition sheet, or build his inventory items, set his skills, etc. I honestly don't remember how many lines or kept lines were in some dialogues. The other takeaway here,
It was
however,
not 10,000. I'll tell you that, Chris.
is that it's never quantity, it's the quality of what you do that's important. For me, when I hear games bragging about word count, it doesn't impress me. It makes me wonder if they hired an editor, and if they really needed to write half the words they did.
Starfield?
Where's the audio? Where's the dialogue?
If we got like 30% less dialogue, could we have gotten like 5 more dungeons?
This was
I
a
would
huge
make
problem.
that change.
You know what? I would if we had 100% less dialogue, could we have 100 more dungeons?
I'd still be fine with that.
I'd make that trade too.
On Pillars of Eternity, there were walls of exposition text for many NPCs, and worse, it often wasn't relevant exposition, it was just rambling. In any event, that's kind of JR to notice, and he's right about the do a little every day. It helps in other ways because you don't beat yourself up that you didn't write 100 lines. You acknowledge that you did a great job on the Stage 1 quest text in only 25 lines, and that you got the quest scripting flags in. The other 75 lines can be rationed out and done in subsequent days. Take pride in what you accomplish on a day-to-day basis, and nothing's worse than being so paralyzed by a task that you do nothing at all. If you sit all day staring at the screen, it's not going to change unless you push your hands to do some typing, and even if you're not happy with it, you'll still have learned you're not happy with what you wrote, and you can put it in the discard pile and focus on other options that can work now that you've gotten a crappy one out of the way. And that's all for this episode. I found Chris's perspective on...
All right. Well, I mean, it was a good interview.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of it is... Avalon seems to share a lot, so I wonder how much of it is just like Avalon's looking for somebody to talk to versus him
versus
getting
triangle
this
being
out of
able
him.
to- Yeah, no, I take it more as just like, well, my sense from this is Avalon's one of those people. It's like, if he's gonna talk to you, he's gonna talk to you.
Yeah. That's kind
Like,
of
he's
why
gonna
I didn't
have
want to. That's kind of why I didn't want to talk to him. I was like, I don't think I'm
Yeah.
in a position to respect his time. So
Yeah, exactly.
I would much rather leave it to somebody who's more qualified to do an interview.
Yeah. It's like, well, really, I just had like 5 questions I wanted to ask you, and get clarification on some things. The guy's like, no, I want to chat, I want to conversate, like, hash out some ideas and stuff, and talk things through.
I want to explain DMing to you. Send Emil to the dungeon mines. We don't need more words. That's the fucking stupid part, is that he was a level designer. I feel like he just would have been more qualified to do that role. Alternate timeline where Emil joins Bethesda as a level designer instead of as a quest designer.
Suddenly we have better stealth levels.
That belies that you would need better stealth.
Yeah.
All right, well, do we want to call it here?
I guess so.
We finished a video?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so after the Crutosis stream, I was intending on finishing that video, and then, like, just stuff kept coming up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they announced the fucking expansions coming out, and
The worst part of the audio remaster is that it literally took up all of my time and will to, like, listen to stuff and, like, watch videos. It is kind of weird because...
Come on, Pat, your videos aren't that bad.
Well, it's not that it's bad. I do get in a mood to listen to them sometimes, but at this moment, like, I'm not in that mood, so I'm just, like, forcing myself to work through it as part of a job. So I didn't feel a lot of enthusiasm to, like, re-listen to it. Whereas, like, from time to time, I do enjoy revisiting my stuff. Like, I was listening to the Thieves Guild section of the Oblivion video, and I was like, I kind of want to listen to the Thieves Guild section of my Oblivion video again. Or of my Skyrim video.
Yeah.
Just because that section rocks in the Skyrim video.
Yeah, when I was sitting there listening to it, I was just like, man, I want to watch the Skyrim video again now.
Yeah, I think Skyrim is probably what's going to be next if the Oblivion audio remaster does well.
Mm-hmm.
So we would do Skyrim, and then probably Starfield, and then maybe Fallout 76? And then way down the line, we could redo Morrowind. But, yeah, so Venezuela. Minnesota.
Let's end on a positive note.
No, we gotta talk about Minnesota, because this shit's crazy. Where do we start?
That's on you.
That's on.
You
Okay,
got.
it's my bag. So
You got this.
Oh well, okay.
Yeah.
So like Tim Waltz, man. Listen. As bad as Kamala was, I think Tim Waltz was the reason they lost. Like a big part of the reason that they lost in 2024.
Yeah.
And so like for all of this to be coming out, it's like
Not
this
surprising.
is very deserved. Kamala was horrible too, Pat. Yeah, but she was horrible in just like the generic way that like a Democrat politician is generally unlikable. Tim Waltz was just like pathetic, but like in a kind of sinister way. Do you remember there was like a thing where it's like Kamala was like degrading Tim Waltz for like, well, you make white man tacos. And I was like, are you guys really running on this?
What?
Yeah, he makes white guy tacos. And I was like, yeah, because he's from Minnesota. Like, but also,
relevance question mark?
yeah, no, it's just, it was fucking embarrassing. But Tim Waltz was a big part of that. Like that whole, like they were trying to call JD Vance weird. That was when I like.
Yeah.
That's when I knew it was over, because then I listened to JD Vance talking, and I was like, oh, he is really not weird. Like, not only is he not weird, he's exceptionally not weird for somebody from Ohio. So... So then, like, all of this stuff
That was the other problem. That was kind of the other problem, too, is, like, you put Tim Walz up against JD Vance and Trump, and it's just like, you got, you know, sad, kind of meek old man versus fucking crazy grandpa and, you know, Vance. And it's just like, it's just not going to work.
Yeah, and then it comes out. I mean, I think the reason he was chosen as VP is intricately woven into what's been going on in Minnesota lately, which is, I think Minnesota is a red state that, for certain reasons, has been voting blue in the last few elections.
I also think it was just a question of, like, she wasn't really going to be able to run with or work with a lot of the people that they were putting up. Like, you know, they were floating Shapiro, and it's like, there's no way those two would have gotten together, like, worked well together whatsoever. And it's like, I feel like you needed that, because, you know, she wasn't really all that strong either. So it's like, you can't have somebody who's stronger than her as the VP and stuff. It's just gonna...
And the only reason you're proposing that is because she sucked. She was like the lowest rated Democrat candidate in 2020.
Yeah.
And then...
No, they fucked themselves by just running Biden in 2020.
Well, there was nobody else. They just lost. Like, even barring the accusations that they cheated, like, they would have absolutely lost if they didn't run him.
4 years
to figure that out.
Anybody.
Do we have anybody? I mean, I'm asking the question now in 2028, do we have anybody? Are we working on this? Are we just going to be like... Because I feel like Mom Donnie's just a continuation of the same old shit of like, you guys were into Cuomo during COVID, and then it turns out that you didn't like him. You're probably not going to like Mom Donnie in a year. So, but I feel like you're going to base all of the Democrat policy making in 2026 on this guy that just won.
Yeah.
What are you going to run? Gavin Newsom? Yeah, all of those fucking skeletons in his closet are coming out.
Good. Oh my God. You want to talk about Epstein files? Yeah, no way. And also, like, I was having this discussion with my dad. I was like, fucking hell will freeze over before a Californian becomes president again. It's just not going to happen. Not anytime soon.
They just don't have any goodwill with the rest of the union.
Yeah, that's really what it is. It's just...
For how much economic power they have, it's just... None of us like you guys.
Even the fucking... Dude, I was talking to my friend. He lives in Washington. And he's like, dude... The fucking... The Californians around here is like... We don't want them around here. I was like, wait, what? Even in, like, liberal Seattle? And he's like, dude, you don't understand.
No, that was the thing when I was coming up. Was like... You had to be careful about having California license plates.
Yeah, no, that's what he was saying. That's what he was saying. I was like, what? Wait, what? Really? He's like, yeah, dude, we don't like them around here. And I'm like, that's in, like, Seattle.
Of course, I was from a more conservative county, but, like, all the same, like, it was statewide.
Yeah.
And
it's like, damn, bro.
So I'm just saying, you know, maybe right now should be a period of like introspection and reflection
Self-reflection. Mm.
on.
No, they already said they're not going to release the autopsy on the election.
Yeah, so
'Cause why should they? Because Mamdani won, and they had a bunch of victories during the last election cycle, and they're like, all right, cool, we got it. You know what we're gonna do now?
yeah, but I feel like the last week has been proof positive that like the conservative hype train is not slowing down. So
Yeah.
there needs to be some type of pivot change, which there's not going to be, because that would require tackling intersectional leftism.
Well, it's also like they don't have time anymore.
I'm
The
using
time to have done that was last year.
yeah.
It's like now you have to start putting up people for primary and shit like that, and you guys
Mhm.
don't even have a platform yet, let alone the candidates that would fit that platform. And then you have to get the the political machine spun up for those candidates. It's over. It's already over.
I'm using Super Rad as like a litmus test of how well the left is doing. Does he still hate me? Okay, yeah, no, they're still not doing well. Because like that's just the main beef between us, is that like I'm a moderate, he's an intersectional leftist. I don't believe in intersectional leftism, so that's high heresy.
I'm not anything. I make fun of everybody.
Yeah.
I'm an agent of
And
chaos.
these days it's the pivot is shifting. So like 5 years ago, I was making fun of the social justice stuff, and that was when like woke was taking over. Like, yeah, it was easy to make fun of those guys because like the conservatives already have a bad lot in life, and now like the roles are reversing, and it's like, man, the leftists are pathetic, and then the conservatives are like, they're starting to, because the whole issue is just a lack of accountability. If you don't kick out the shitty people in your movement, you start to embarrass yourself over and over.
Yeah. But it's like we need those shitty people because our majority is like, like we're winning elections by the smallest of margins. So we need everybody.
Well, I don't think Super Red is
dead.
Hang on, let me be clear. I don't think Super Red is indicative of leftists. I think as long as he continues to think that there's a reason for an antagonistic relationship between the two of us, that is an indicator that leftists in general are not in a good position. Like, because he was sitting around like recently, like speculating over on Blue Sky that like, oh well, Trump's just gonna deport him to El Salvador, talking about me. And I was like,
wait, what?
Yeah, because every time he gets asked about me, he reposts this thing where I was talking about like the trans Hogwarts Legacy boycott being bad for the LGBT, which it was. How was Pride Month this year or last year, right? People are openly homophobic on the internet. Wow, that wasn't a thing 5 years ago. I mean, it was on like 4chan, but now they just do it on the entire internet. You can do it. You can do it on Twitter. You can do it on YouTube. You can do it on Twitch. Well, maybe not Twitch, but even on Twitch, yeah. You keep it light.
There's a lot of people who've gone back into the closet.
Yeah. Things have gotten way shittier in the last 5 years, especially the last 3. Now you can either confront why that's happening, or you just keep your head in the sand. So it's not productive to me to be like, well, Trump's going to deport you to El Salvador. Why? In what scenario? Why?
Yeah.
You would go first. But even then, it's not productive to sit around fantasizing that like, well, all of the political enemies I have that undermined Kamala Harris, they're all going to be punished. That's not productive. Let's talk like, what do we do?
Yeah. What do we do here? Where's our middle ground?
Yeah.
We need to turn off the internet. That's what it comes down to.
Well, that could be prudent. Because I was thinking about like, but I'm sorry, this would be incredibly misogynistic to say, or perceived as such. But I think like, and I know that you're on the edge of your seat thinking, what the fuck is he gonna say? No, so
I'm just this discussion coming from your current VTuber model is
it's good. It's good, yeah. I was thinking about like you know what a hen circle is?
A what?
A hen circle?
A hen circle? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of women that get together and like, you know, communicate with each other. And you're thinking like in a tribal situation that makes a lot of sense because you have a lot of transference of feminine wisdom through that social structure. So that type of thing makes sense. And then I think what has happened is the internet has made kind of a digital hen circle. And so you have a lot of misandrist antagonism and self-sabotaging women who start to really get into these concepts. It's like longhouse concepts of like thinking that everything is gaslighting or emotional abuse, or they come up with terms like love bombing. And it's like, that's the digital hen circle.
Yeah. I mean, and it's, you know, it's not just exclusively women. It's just,
No,
it's just happening with so many different like groups and stuff. And that's
I would say
ultimately why I'm saying, like,
I would say that men have the inverse problem where they don't have enough of that social safety net. And so you have a lot of men that are matching each other for the sake of machismo, engaging in unhealthy behavior with each other.
Correct. Yeah.
And then all of this is symptomatic of the internet. I think the average person wasn't qualified to really deal with the way that it affects your mentality.
Oh no, that's I've been saying that for years now, is that like our species was not ready for the internet. It's just straight up not. Like social media and stuff, like we probably, in all honesty, should just outright ban it at this point. Not just for kids, but just everybody. And it's coming from somebody who works in social media. If I have to go get a job again because we banned YouTube, you know what? Fine by me.
Yeah,
If
I
it
think
means,
it's like
we
different.
can get off this crazy train.
Yeah, or just like regulate it in some way.
Dude, there's studies coming out now, and I think the problem too is that like we're dealing with something that we've never like had before, and it's just like we're only now starting to like fully grasp like how the internet and like, you know, short form content, everything fundamentally changes like your brain's physiology and shit.
Yeah, I think at least
And it's like
before 2007, the people that were on the internet then had a healthy relationship with it. And I think it's just the sudden influx and the having it from a very early age.
Having it from a very early age, and also having it, and I was having this discussion with a bunch of people, you know, like our age and stuff, like older people who remember what it was like before we even had the internet, or before like it was so ubiquitous. And one of my friends like put it perfectly. He's like, I liked it when it was going on the internet was a thing. It was a destination. You went there. Now it is, the internet is everywhere. It is just interwoven into our lives and stuff, and I don't think that is healthy. I think that is fundamentally what is probably just like outright destroying like the fabric of society right now. Is just like we are not, like, humans are not designed for that sort of constant input output.
Yeah, and especially the drive for people to want to be influencers. Because being an influencer is a very specific type of mentality that you have to have, and I don't think it's compatible with like the way that a normal person should want to live their life.
No, absolutely not. A lot of people ask me, they're like, "Oh, how should I? You know, I want to become a YouTuber." I tell them straight up, like, give it a shot, but just know, like, I'm fucking insane from like what I do. I'm not a normal person, like, at all. I wasn't before, and I'm definitely not now. And it's just like, you need to have a certain, like, something needs to be a little bit off with you in order to survive. And, you know, like some of my friends, they'll ask me, I'm like, you're not going to make it. You're
too normal.
Do something yeah, exactly. It's like, you're normal. Like, oh, you want to actually have, like, you know, like, healthy relationships with people. Okay, well, that already disqualifies you. Like, hate to say it, but it's like, oh, you don't, you know, just randomly ghost friends that you've known for, you know, a decade, for months on end, because you're working on a project. Yeah, you hate to say it, but you probably should just, find a job that's going to be more compatible with you.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I get why it became desirable because it was desirable to me,
Mm-hmm.
but it's a bad thing that it's desirable.
Yeah. Well, I saw it as like the reason. I mean, really, I never really wanted to end up as a content creator. It just kind of happened. It's just like, oh, the opportunity's here for me to like do it full time. All right, I'll see what. And now it's kind of just like, well, now I'm stuck in this. And it's like, I'm getting older and stuff, so it's like, I probably should just try and make this work.
Yeah, for me, I'm gonna live with it because I'm not sure anybody has job prospects at this point.
Yeah, that's the other
So,
thing too, is not a good job market right now. So it's like, at least I have something.
but yeah, go outside, meet people.
Yeah.
Don't put up with crazy women.
And if you're afraid of outside, start with an MMO.
Yeah,
Play a social game like a social game.
yeah. Join us for
It's
TBC.
good. It's good practice. Yeah, there you go.
Try having sex
Join
with
the guild.
men. Like just broaden your horizons. All right. Well, I think that's a good place to stop.
Yeah.
All right. I do want to stream regularly, but the last time I said that, something really bad happened. So,
Don't. I've learned my lesson.
yeah, I may be streaming on the second channel when we're doing the WoW stuff. So,
I've learned my lesson. Don't jinx.
don't make promises.
Anything you say, anything you say is just going to jinx you at this point.
Well,
There will be no Outer Worlds
kind of-
2 video.
we
I'm
kind
never
of-
going to release another video again.
We kind of alluded to the Somali daycare thing. That's in the broader aspect of what's going on in Minnesota, like the billions of dollars in fraud. Like, it's so bad that like the attempts at denial are pathetic.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, you got to fix that. You can't just oppose it because conservative people are pointing it out. That's the type of thing you
Yeah.
have to fix.
Yeah.
All right, now we actually